Okay.
With a mission to deliver fiscally responsible, highly dependable services to the citizens of our community and the region with integrity and professionalism, this is the City of Albany Commission Meeting with Mayor Bo Duro, Mayor Pro Tem John Howard, Ward 1, Matt Fuller, Ward 2, BJ Fletcher, Ward 3, Chad Warbington, Ward 4, Bob Langstaff Jr., Ward 5, Demetrius Young, Ward 6, City Manager Sharon Subadam, City Clerk Sonia Talbert, and City Attorney Nathan Davis. This is the City of Albany Commission Meeting.
Good morning. Welcome to the December 2020 work session of the Albany City Commission. We have on today's agenda a special call meeting before we start the work session, but before we begin, I would like to ask everyone to stand and recognize Robert Carter, longtime City of Albany employee who passed away unexpectedly last week, in observance of a moment of silence. Thank you. Amen. Is Ms. Kelly with us? Okay. We have a special call meeting authorizing the filing of an application with the Department of Transportation and Georgia Department of Transportation for a grant under Title 49, Section 5307 and 5339. Ms. Kelly's not here, so I would begin by calling the roll. Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Fuller.
Here.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Here.
Commissioner Warbington.
Here.
Commissioner Langstaff. Commissioner Langstaff. Commissioner Young.
Here.
And the mayor's here. For the record, everyone's in attendance except Commissioner Langstaff. And I believe Mr. Hamilton is with us. You have this item, is that correct, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you give us some background and explanation, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But this is an annual application process for Albany Transit to submit a grant application to the Georgia Department of Transportation for capital and operating assistance. The deadline for this application is December 7th, and an authorized resolution required to complete the application process.
So this is a time-sensitive matter, is that correct?
That is correct. Correct, sir.
And what is the amount of funding being sought?
Well, at this time, we'll come back before you with the complete number. We do not know what the grant will be at this time. They will take our applications, look at what we submitted, and we've submitted about $2.4 million in projects or in assistance requests, but it will be above our allocation, our portion, should I say. So there are times when they do give above the apportionment, and so we're just hoping for the best. But the contract will be ready in the spring, and we will come back before you then for acceptance of the contract, which will have the actual dollar amounts in it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Any questions for Mr. Hamilton? Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Hammond, you did say you did submit for
capital project, $2.4 million, right?
Could you repeat that, sir? I couldn't hear you.
Did you say that you did submit a grant application for $2.4 million?
Yes, sir. It's operating assistance and capital projects. That's it's like a wish list, what I love to call it. It's well above what our apportionment is.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fuller? Commissioner Fuller, any questions?
No, sir, no questions.
Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Worthington?
Yep, Mr. Hamilton, just so I'm clear, so this is all for the, our bus transit system.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the capital would be, example of things like maybe purchasing of a new bus, maybe the bus shelters around the city.
Yes, sir.
That's the type of things we're trying to accelerate by getting these other funding sources.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, just making sure, thank you.
Will we be, I guess, required to have any matching funds with this grant?
Yes, sir. For the operating portion, on the agenda item, is for the operating portion, you would see a 50% match, and on the capital, it'll be a 20% match.
Okay, that's all the questions.
No questions, Ward 5.
When it's red? Okay. It's kind of backward. The chair would entertain a motion.
Off the resolution and ask for its adoption.
I second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
No further discussion.
Commissioner Fuller.
No discussion.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No discussion.
Commissioner Worthington.
Nothing further.
Commissioner Langstaff.
No questions.
Commissioner Young.
No more questions.
With that, Ms. Kelly, can we call the roll?
Yes?
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Mayor.
Mayor votes yes. That concludes the special call meeting.
Mayor, could I make a point, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
I understand Ms. Kelly has the document showing how the special meeting was called, and she'll put those in the record for today. Thank you.
Okay. So sorry about that. Before we go any further, I guess we need to correct the record. Commissioner Langstaff, could you not hear me earlier?
I didn't get on fast enough.
Oh, okay. I thought I might have had the mute button on when I was talking, but okay. With that, we'll proceed to the work session. We have Mr. Phil Cannon has signed up to speak. Good morning, Mr. Cannon. If you'd come to the podium, you have the floor. Appreciate it. And we usually allocate 5 minutes. Is that sufficient?
I got about 3.
Okay, thank you.
Municipal court, I'm here to talk about municipal court. Municipal court is unique in that it is part of the judicial branch of our 3-part democratic system. The administrator of that court, which is being discussed in this proposed motion, should be appointed by the commission as opposed to hired by the city manager. This maintains complete transparency and protects our constitutional system. The draft of this motion attempts to separate the jobs to solve the issue. It's not the separation of the jobs, it is the separation of the systems. I am here because I am informing you and the world I would like to be the administrator of municipal court. I am telling you this in a public forum because I disagree with the plan. This job should be a decision made by a city manager as part of the legislative branch. This is not about any specific person. This is about governments and how they should work, in my opinion. My assumption is, based upon reading the motion and speaking with a couple of people, if this memorandum of understanding is passed, somebody's going to spend 3 to 6 months, 7 months, whatever, looking for somebody to complete or fill the job of the court administrator. I can do in that 6 or 7 months that it takes y'all to find somebody what you're trying to end up with, and that is a court system projected, planned, set in stone. There are other issues that we've got to remember. There's this $400,000 grant that's just lingering out there. We need to make some decisions about that. That is an ability for all of us to put Albany on the map. The court not running properly affects other departments. APD, DCP, I've talked about those. Animal control, it affects animal control. It affects code enforcement. It affects, y'all have no idea. When people, there are 100 people showing up over there, you got 10 officers in there, some code enforcement, some animal control, half the stuff is done, half of it is not. It's understaffed. There are underlying issues. I am a 27-year member of this community with the relationships with APD, DCP, code enforcement, and animal control to solve all of these issues, set up all these systems, and take advantage of the $400,000 grant that's just lingering out there. What I'm asking y'all to do, that when this motion is made, that I be appointed the court administrator, you take that into consideration and let me use the first 6 months. I promise that I don't think anybody should be fired. There's no individual over there that's not doing their job. It's just not enough people to do everything that needs to be done. I promise to come back in here. I will come back the first meeting in March, the first meeting in June. I'll give you budget reports. I'll give you updates. I'll do anything that you ask me to do. Work with the city manager. All of that is fine because this administrator has to work with the city manager. I'm just asking that you consider that I be allowed and appointed that 6-month administrator. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon. Wait, anybody have any questions for Mr. Cannon, Mayor Pro Tem?
Good morning, Mr. Cannon. How you doing? In your brief presentation, you mentioned that you don't think that the city manager should be the one that to preside or to oversee the municipal court.
Yes, sir. Expounding on that, Mr. Howard, I think the city manager has to have some input, some control. That administrator should have to report to her. I agree with all of that. What I don't agree is I don't think the city manager should hire that person. That should be an appointed position that the commission as a whole makes. And that person's ultimate responsibility is to the commission as a whole. That person should not be required to have to sit down with the city manager running, which is basically an executive branch of the government, and explain every decision. That I think this administrator has to follow the instructions of the city manager. And just like what the MOU says, if there's some sort of disagreement or misunderstanding, you come back to the whole. That's how that would work. I just don't think the city manager should hire that person. He can't be an employee. The job is too complex and much greater than just, it's about our constitutional form of government.
And just a follow-up, you did say that $40,000 grant just lingering out there, right?
Yes, sir.
It has not been utilized.
My understanding of the status, Mr. Howard, is somewhere around the beginning of October, somebody received the email that it was granted. It has not been accepted. I do not know the deadline. Nobody talks to me. I don't know. I don't know when the deadline was to accept that, or even if it's passed. That $400,000 grant is a grant from the federal government for the specific purpose of establishing they call it a community court, but it's in effect a municipal court. One of the purposes of that grant, there are only about 5 cities in the nation that were allowed this. What the federal government's trying to create 4 or 5 different systems. One of those systems is going to be selected to go across the nation. We want to put this here, we want to put that there, put it there. Why can't that be Albany? I think it can be.
And just a follow-up, you mentioned that you should, where you're soliciting that you be appointed to this position, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed, is there a fee that what you would charge?
I would do it at the same rate as the prosecutor and solicitor.
Okay. And how would that interfere with your law practice?
Mr. Howard, I have not accepted, I've probably opened 3 cases in the last 3 years of my practice. I've been doing other things. I've been in the sewer robot business. I've been in the electric bicycle business. I've just done different things. I'm just at an age where I'm trying to put some of the things behind me that I've accomplished in my career that affected me emotionally.
Okay. And did you bring this position up with this? Did you talk to the city manager about this position, that what you would do it for?
I have never spoken with the city manager eyeball to eyeball about this at all. There have been what I consider, because of where I was in municipal court, some of the things I've done, some of the things I've said, just hadn't been done. I've not been invited, and I've not extended an invitation, I'll put it that way.
Okay. Thank you for coming in to listen.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Fuller, any questions?
No, sir, no questions.
Commissioner Fletcher, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Warrington?
Yeah, Mr. Cannon, thank you for coming to speak to us. So this position you're referring to, what would be the credentials? Would you need to have a law degree to have this position you're introducing to us, or is there some training or other state level requirements to have this potential position you're talking about?
I don't think where we are in the establishment of the system, I don't necessarily believe that a law degree is required. I think you can set up the system in ways that if you set the policies up right, you set the written procedures up right, an administrator can run that through those policies, and I think that would be fine. The difference right now is, in my opinion, is because there is in effect no system over there. It is a system that's operating through the software and the people that are there every day busting their butt to get it done. And that's what we are doing, is getting it done. The reason I do think a lawyer needs to be this administrator so that all of these policies and procedures get set up correctly. I do believe that that person should be somebody from within the criminal justice system, maybe, the judicial system as a whole. To me, that's important because of the issues that are ongoing with all the other departments. APD, DCP, code enforcement, animal control. There's none of those guys that are lawyers. They don't know how to prosecute these cases. They don't think about the things that you got to do to be ready for a court hearing or a case. And that's where we're lacking. I think that somebody like myself with 20 years, 25, 30 years experience in the community, I feel very confident that I could call up Chief Pursley and say, hey, Chief, I need an appointment with you. Let me come sit down and talk to you. I could do the same thing at code enforcement, animal control. Let's figure this out. So it's not necessarily the legal training I think is important, but from having been within the system for 27 years, I know everybody. And now I do believe, I'll pat myself on the back, I do believe I have a reputation of a high degree of honesty, integrity, and credibility. I do not lie, I do not cheat, and I do not steal. And I think everybody knows that. I think that's an important, I do believe those are very important qualities for setting this system up from the floor.
Mm-hmm. But my second question would be, do you have any comparison cities that has undertaken this structure you're referring to, like Valdosta, Columbus, Macon, any other municipalities that has the structure you're
I've read
presenting
through like the municipal court website for the state of Georgia. I've read a bunch of different things from different communities. I really kind of think that the communities are all struggling with it. There's no real foundation for municipal court across the nation, thus this whole grant system. Judge Weaver's been working on this grant thing for 5 years. He's been to New York. I mean, I think y'all paid for the trip to New York. It's very interesting. And I'm a Deborah McFadden from the Finance Department. That is a wonderful woman there. She has written a book that I consider to be museum quality on all of these studies. She's been a part of it. She's got to be a part of this setup of the system. She has to be. Deborah McFadden.
Okay. All
Very
right.
knowledgeable.
Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions?
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming, Mr. Cannon.
Yes, sir.
So what you're basically asking is to be appointed to a position that we already have, which is the court administrator, Ms. McWhite's position.
I don't consider this position being discussed a replacement of Ms. McWhite. I think it's greater than what Ms. McWhite's position is. As I understand it, in effect, Ms. McWhite runs the software. She's in charge of different things. But there's no leadership. There's no leadership. There is nobody standing over there saying, this needs to be done, let's get this done. I have suggested a couple of times, let's do this. It never gets done. I've got email after email after email. Why didn't this get done? Why didn't that get done? It's just no leadership.
Well, I guess when I hear you say there's no leadership, we do have an appointed judge of the municipal court. So are you saying there's no leadership coming from the bench?
Judge Weaver is pulling his hair out. He gets caught between moral and ethical obligations about managing an office and managing people versus the granting or dishing out justice. And when those two things start crossing, you get conflicts and different issues that arise. He's done in my opinion, he's done everything he could to address each of these situations, but the same thing happens to him that happens to me. He's got email after email saying, do this, do this, do this, and it doesn't get done. I'll give you a perfect example. When COVID started, there were rules by the Supreme Court of Georgia about how to set the municipal courts up and get them going. Judge Weaver wrote a lot of the rules. One of the things was the stickers to stay 6 feet apart. I sat over there for 3 weeks when I started, everybody complaining, where are the stickers? Where are the stickers? Email after email, get this done, get this done. It wouldn't get done. You know what I did? I called Doherty County Maintenance Facility. Hey, you got any of them stickers? Yeah. How long will it take you to get them here? About 30 minutes. By noon that day, I was on my knees in a coat and tie putting the stickers down to keep Judge Weaver from shutting the court down because it was not in compliance with the Supreme Court rules.
Well, who are you suggesting is responsible for that? Because as I understand it, the courthouse is a county-run building. The municipal court is under the leadership of the municipal court judge. So who are you saying was responsible for putting stickers down?
I don't know. It is my understanding that Carrie McWhite was asked multiple times to do it. It did not get done. I got frustrated and I got fed up with it. And I was not going to be part of a system that the court had to sit down, shut down because of a stupid sticker on the floor. So I went and took care of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I hear your concern, but I guess where I'm concerned is that, as you say, we do have in the democratic setup, we do have a system that's already in place. The person that we appoint as, to be the leadership and in charge of the judicial branch is the judge.
Yes,
it's
sir.
not a court administrator. That's who we appoint.
Yes, sir.
And to appoint another person just so that person doesn't have to be under the city manager is, I think, kind of redundant and not how the system is supposed to work.
Yes, sir.
What I think the city manager was charged with when we brought her in to work with the municipal court is to work on processes, to work on the day-to-day operation of the court, not to file motions, not to do anything judicial, but to work on processes so we could be assured that things were getting done in a way that would not cause us, first of all, any liability that we had to incur in the first place. The other thing is that I just honestly, if you thought that you probably needed to be the court administrator, maybe you should just be hired.
Yes, sir.
You know, and I know that may not be what you know, I guess due to relationships, that may not be what you want in terms of working, you know, basically for the city or under the city manager. But we have a county administrator, we have a court administrator, and that person is hired. And that's the way the system works. I don't think it's because of the system of hiring a court administrator that basically creates this problem. It's just basically somebody, first of all, needs to be responsible for those things, like putting stickers in place and making sure the processes work like they're supposed to. And then the other thing is that we have to hold people accountable. That's the issue. So you know, while I appreciate your passion, I don't necessarily think appointing appointing a court administrator is the way to go. We appoint the judge, and that's how that works.
Yes, sir.
That's all. Thank you.
And I understand what you're saying, Mr. Young, and the court administrator has got to be somebody that's strong enough that when some sort of conflict occurs or some sort of issue arises, that person's got to be strong enough morally, ethically, all the other things that go along with a good employee to stand up and say, hold on a second, I don't know if I can agree with that, Mr. or Miss City Manager, whoever it may be. We need to think about doing this. That's got to be a strong person. It can't just be somebody that rolls over and does what's told.
I'll just say this, Mr. Cannon. We're not setting up anything so it can be a conflict. We want all of these things to work together, and I hope that all of us who are working at the municipal court are working together, not to be in conflict with each other. You know, and that's your example is really, you know, a good example. If there's stickers need to be put on floor, somebody just needs to put stickers on the floor. That's not a fight. That's not a conflict.
I agree.
Let's just do it. So what we need to do is hold those people accountable who need to be held accountable and who are responsible for doing those things. So, you know, if it goes back to a supervision issue, if it goes back to a personnel issue, then those issues need to be addressed. But I don't think we can address those issues by appointing you or anybody else as an appointed person from the city commission as court administrator.
And if y'all chose that it should not be appointed position, I leave my hat in the ring, my name in the hat regarding even as a city employee doing it. I just think that we're in a very pivotal, important time in the setting up of our municipal court system. The decisions that we make today are going to affect our grandchildren. And I just think we have to stop and do it in a correct way with the right people.
Okay. I guess we're still in the process as far as our subcommittee on the municipal court in terms of getting a consultant to look at these things.
See, and the consultant thing is one of the things I have an issue with, Mr. Young.
And I do too.
I mean, it'll take you 6 months to find somebody. In the 6 months y'all are looking for somebody, I could fix it. That's my opinion. In the processes, the processes that are not being dealt with are much greater than the stickers, Mr. Young. The processes are talking with APD, talking with DCP, talking with the college police, talking with code enforcement, going and having meetings with these departments and setting this stuff up and having it right when you come into the courtroom.
Well, we've actually done that. Myself, the mayor, and Commissioner Langstaff have had these conversations, and I think we've made a lot of good headway. I don't know if you've been privy to the information since your first time coming, but I think we've made some headway. So maybe that needs to be a discussion as well.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have, comment I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon. We appreciate it.
See you guys. Thank y'all.
Mr. Mayor, I think, can the city manager maybe weigh in on some of those things?
Certainly, if you'd like to hear from Ms.
Yeah.
Subadan.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So I am uncomfortable in discussing what I consider to be a personnel matter at a board meeting. I do believe that there is a lack of clarity around who is responsible for what. At your first retreat, I think it was in February, you determined that the court administrator should report to the city manager. Ms. McWhite was advised of that. However, I do not believe that the reconstitution of the municipal court is going well. I feel like a lot of time has been wasted. If you remember, you authorized the closure of municipal court before the pandemic, and then the pandemic has subsequently occurred, and I think opportunities to revamp and reinstitute new procedures has been missed. Part of that, I think, is a lack of clarity as to who's on first, and I believe that's why the task force decided to bring this forward for the board to take an official action to improve the clarity as to who's on first. But, you know, who you appoint is ultimately your decision and to your discretion. And so that's kind of my perspective at this point.
Any other commissioner have any questions of the city manager? The next item on the agenda is a board appointment, Albany Housing Authority. And Ms. Kelly, didn't Albany Housing Authority recommend? And who would that be, please? Okay. Yvonne Jones, that's an appointment from the chair, if I'm correct.
Yes, sir.
The chair will follow the recommendation from Albany Housing Authority and appoint Yvonne Jones. The next item is an appointment to the Joint Election Board for a 2-year term ending December 2022. And on page 7, we can, page 7. Where the Constitution, page 9, the current members of the Board of Registration Elections. Bishop Williams has asked to be reappointed. Are there any other nominations?
Mayor, I have Sharon Jones, not Yvonne.
No, on the Albany Housing Authority? Yes, yes.
Somebody said Yvonne.
Sharon Evans is the admin of the group, so I have Yvonne Jones from Dr. Miles.
Yeah, and I have Sharon Jones from Dr. Miles, unless I'm looking at something wrong.
Ms. Sharon Jones was recommended.
On this email, it says Yvonne Jones.
Okay, well, I'm looking at page 6.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Which messed up because we talk about Bishop Williams right after the Albany Housing Authority. They've combined the two agenda items. Okay. Well, Sharon Jones was appointed.
Sharon.
Okay. So you have something that says Yvonne Jones, Ms. Kelly?
I do.
Okay, well, if we have the wrong name, we'll make that correction at the next meeting. Is that fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Back to the Joint Elections Board. I think the city has one employee, and the Democratic Party appoints someone, county appoints someone, Republican Party appoints someone, and there's an at-large member. I don't know exactly how the at-large member is selected, but we have one appointment, and Bishop Williams is currently the city appointee, I'm sorry, not employee, and he is asked to be reappointed. Are there any nominations from the floor? Would anybody like to nominate Bishop Williams?
Mayor,
Yes.
since he did submit a letter to be reappointed, and there's no other nomination, I will nominate Mr. Frederick Williams.
Okay. Any other nominations?
Mayor, I just got a point of clarity.
Yes, sir.
Is our appointee required to be in the city limits? I'm just curious, because that his address is in the county. I didn't know if it's a county residency requirement or a city residency requirement.
Okay.
I was looking on the city's website, and it doesn't say, it just says a city appointee.
Okay.
I didn't know if, and I know this is a work session, so maybe if we can get clarity before the next voting meeting, that might be just.
Could we, Mr. Davis?
I'll be ready to respond to this.
Okay. With that, no other nominations. We'll wait until we hear from the city attorney. The next item.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I also like to see if we can get Bishop Williams to probably, as our appointee, making a report to the commission, I guess, about, how things have been going on the elections board. There have been a number of issues that have been reported by constituents and different people in the community about, some of the actions that the board has taken.
Yeah.
And in light of that fact, I think we need to hear from Bishop Williams as our appointee to that board.
Okay. Who would contact Bishop Williams in that regard?
I'll be glad to.
Yeah, I
do
certainly
that
think
if
it's
you want.
reasonable if the city has an appointee, that appointee make a report. We've had some issues, and maybe we should have Ms. Nickerson speak to us. I guess it's kind of late in the game, but we have the runoff. We had these issues. There was some questions about whether the Black Voters Matter group had a right to be stationed where they were. Obviously, there were no prohibition against it, and I think they were even confronted by sheriff's deputies that action should not have been taken. But also there was an issue of some people were showing up to the polls, had firearms, and that's against the law. So we need clarification so we don't have that cock up again. And who is the attorney for the elections board, Mr. Davis?
And it's the county attorney, Mr. Lee.
Okay. Well, I would think that the poll workers should have some written guidelines so that we don't have this, I was about to say misunderstanding, but it's a little bit worse than a misunderstanding. Do we know whether or not the poll workers are provided with like a summary of what the law is? And
As far as I understand, they are not at the time, because you have to understand you're dealing with very, very part-time people, and there's been some question as to how much training they actually get, and a lot of times, course, in full disclosure, you all know I work with Black Voters Matter, but a lot of times, a lot of these groups, Black Voters Matter, ACLU, whoever it is, has to have an attorney on the ground to basically tell poll workers, no, you can't do this, no, you can't do that, because their training, you know, either seems to be lacking, or, you know, there are some things that they don't know about, and that is an issue that we've recognized from the top to the bottom with the elections board, that there is, you know, a lot of misunderstanding about elections law.
Well, if we're gonna have Bishop Williams appear, I think it'd be a good idea to ask Ms. Nickerson to come and give us some explanation, if we could do that.
Mayor,
Yes.
let me ask you another question. Since we're going to have Bishop Williams come, and you said Ms. Ginger Nickerson, and can you,
Well, excuse me, Reverend, I don't know if, I think we could extend the invitation, but I just think being our appointee, that wouldn't require Bishop Williams to come. Ms. Nickerson, on the other hand, is I think the city pays part of her salary, so I think she wouldn't have the option of passing, I think, if she was asked to speak. But go ahead.
and could we also have the city, the county attorney to come, since he is the Board of Election attorney, to come and to flush out some of these issues. For a good example, as you mentioned earlier, that large position that is to see is that we within the jurisdiction of some of these laws that was passed almost 40 years ago.
Yes, I think we could just set up an agenda item in January. Would that be okay, Ms. Sudan?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And just for the record, we do not pay any part of the elections administrator's salary.
The city does not participate. What about when you have city elections?
We pay for that portion of that.
Right. That's what we pay for.
But, I
When
mean,
there's a city election, we pay, but on a off year like this, we do not pay for, general elections.
but isn't the city elections a portion of the budget of that office?
On the years when we have a city election.
Okay, all right. Well, I stand corrected to the extent I was incorrect. The,
Mayor,
yes,
I would like to weigh in on this topic. I would be opposed to what we're discussing. I think that the elections board is part of the county and it's the county's responsibility. I think as a city, we need to stay in our lane. And to get into the elections process, we're getting into a lane that's not ours. It may be a personal lane that individuals on the board may serve in from a personal standpoint, but from a governmental standpoint, I think we're asking for controversy. We're asking to bring people in front of us who don't answer to us. Now Bishop Williams certainly appreciate his serving, and if any of us have questions of Mr. Bishop, we can always reach out to Mr. Bishop, ask him questions, but I believe it would put him in a predicament to put him in front of us, to lead him on to certain questions, to go against the rest of his board, and to go against Ms. Nickerson. I just think it would be inappropriate to bring all that in front of the city commission when really it's not in our authority to dabble into that. And I think it would just create animosity, which is already there between us and the county. Then the county would have to respond to what is said here, and it would just be this meeting after meeting. And we've got so many things on our plate. Our meetings are going 6 hours long. We've got task force that are meeting. We're bringing those before us. And I think to add this to our plate of a city government, I think is inappropriate and at the wrong time. So I would just voice my opposition against what we were just talking about. I don't know if we want to do a straw vote to see where the rest of the commission stands, but I just wanted to voice my opposition to bring that before the commission at any time in the near future.
if I will certainly do that. And what I was seeing was Bishop Williams speaking. Ms. Nickerson coming and speaking to the city commission, and Mayor Pro Tem had asked whether the county attorney had, would appear. And Commissioner Worthington is saying that this is a matter that's better left to the county commission, and if any member of this commission wanted to speak to our appointee, the best approach would be to contact Bishop Williams directly. Is that fair to say?
It is. I mean, we've got a whole list of boards and appointees, and, you know,
All right.
any of us could pick out any board and want the appointee to come speak to us at any time, but I just think our time is already limited and
Okay.
exhausting every time we meet.
All right.
That's gonna easily be a 1 hour or more topic that at the end of the topic, nothing would be resolved because they're not responsible. We're not responsible for them in terms of giving them direction. It would go back again to another commission and another conversation and another meeting that I think would not result in any
Okay.
change.
Mayor Pro Tem, I assume that you would like to have these people appear before us?
Yeah, Mayor, and like I say, I don't have a dog in this fight, but we do want to make sure that there's some transparency. Commissioner Chad, is that we have 28 precincts, and majority of precincts are in the city, and I think that we need to, since this is a joint board appointees, and we need to flush out things prior to the election. And like I said, I'm not here to take a side with either one, but I think that next month would be the most critical election that we've had in since the 1965 Voting Rights Act, and we need to make sure that just hit us point of view, right? And you know, like I say, I probably have a few questions, but it would be nothing, you know, indirect to one of the board members, just some clarification. And if we can, what happened last month is that make sure that it doesn't happen again or whatever, and not to say that it's a commissioner that want to chastise some of the board members of what's happened, and we just need to be open-minded.
Commissioner Fuller?
I concur with Commissioner Worthington on the county's business, so I think let's leave it to them.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Fletcher?
I also think that if we have questions, we can call them on our personal time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Warmington, put you down as a no?
I would agree with myself.
Okay. Commissioner Langstaff?
I agree with Chad.
Okay. Commissioner Young?
Well, what I'll say is this, is that, you know, minus, I guess, my personal involvement in this, what we need to understand is that, you know, voting is all of our rights, whether you're city or county, and we have an appointee on the board. I didn't ask for Mr. Nickerson, I didn't ask for the county attorney. What I asked for was our appointee to come and report to us about, you know, what was going on with the elections board. There were some issues with the elections board. There were a lot of issues with the elections board that have been for some years now that many people have talked about. There are issues countrywide with our election system on both, whether on either of the aisles that you sit. Now, if you want to sit back and say, well, oh, those are going to be uncomfortable conversations, or those are going to be conversations that are going to create animosity, then you're not really trying to, you know, facilitate a solution to these issues. How you get past conflict, how you get past animosity is talking about the problems and fixing the problems, not just kind of like, okay, we don't want to talk about it, we want to let it go away, and I don't want to be responsible for that. We have an appointee to the board. We have citizens who vote in elections. That should be what guides us in terms of what we discuss, not whether or not it's going to be a conflict or some animosity between us. We have to you know, talk about these things, whether they're uncomfortable conversations or not.
Okay.
That's it.
For the record, I would be supportive of asking Ms. Nickerson and Bishop Williams, but staff go no further with that since the majority doesn't think it's appropriate, with the exception of, I think Commissioner Young's correct, clearly Bishop Williams is our appointee, and we have the right to request that Bishop Williams appear before us, and if we can contact Bishop Williams if he's reappointed. Is that fair enough? Okay. The next item is consideration of approval of an agreement with the Georgia Department of Transportation to facilitate construction of the new transportation center. Has something about we have to encroach on Oglethorpe Boulevard for driveway access. Mr. Davis, are you going to explain this, or is Mr. Hamilton, or
Well,
both?
I'll take the first shot at it, and David can join in at his pleasure. This is for ingress. You know, Oglethorpe is a 4-lane highway with a turn lane in the middle, and so this encroachment will be on state property so that there can be better ingress and egress into the new, I call it the new site that'll be constructed there of the Albany Transportation Center. So it's a big safety issue, and our office has no problem with that requirement. It's more of a policy decision for Mayor, you and the board, but it's definitely a safety matter and will improve ingress and egress to the center. Thank you so much.
Mr. Hamilton, do you have anything to add?
Nothing further, sir.
Okay, we don't have a map kind of explaining it, but any questions for Mr. Hamilton or Mr. Davis, Mayor Pro Tem?
Mr. Hampton, good morning again.
Good morning.
If this is passed, when will we actually see shovel-ready, that it will start construction?
Sir, we're very close now to putting the project out for bid. Hopefully, by the end of the week, I'll know better about the schedule, but we're anticipating the project to be out for bid by the first of the year, or a decision to be made about the contractor by the first of the year. So it's about a 14 to 16 month project. Hopefully we can be shovel-ready by sometime in February, early March.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fuller, any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Yeah, I see this provision in here about the city has to provide GDOT with a indemnification. Mr. Davis, what kind of potential liability might we have?
If the construction is not done properly for the ingress and egress, the property that's being encroached upon, that would be the potential issue. The design and construction would have to be up to standards.
Okay, so the design and construction, that will be within the remit of the construction of the transportation center.
Yes, sir. In other words, when
Okay.
the contract David's referring to would include who's going to be your general contractor on that project, and part of that work will be to prepare and complete this new encroachment, I'll call it, new addition to, in effect, to the property, and they'll have to design the road, make sure it's properly constructed also.
Well, so we're not being required to indemnify the Department of Transportation in the event of negligent construction or design on their part. This is all something we are in control of.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Next item on the agenda is a proposal for a temporary delineation of responsibilities. It's an agreement between the proposed agreement between the Chief Judge of the Magistrate Court and the City Manager. This was discussed, it says the municipal task force made the recommendation. I don't recall that being the case, but be that as it may, Barry, you gonna speak to this?
Good morning, Mayor and members. Sure, I'd be glad to speak to this. One of the items that Ms. Subadan, City Manager, had actually raised earlier was at one point, the board had suggested that the court administrator report to the City Manager for the time being, once we found out we had that 10-week kind of revamp of the municipal court that was underway. So to do that, the City Manager had instructed me to go ahead and see if I could work out an arrangement to delineate between what is a judicial responsibility, which would be in the purview of the municipal court judge, and then the administrative responsibilities, which is what you tasked Ms. Subadan to have responsibility for. So working with both Ms. Subadan and the municipal court judge, basically what you see outlined in that attached MOU was what was agreed to. So since the task forces were created, Ms. Subadan directed me to bring it to the task force attention. So I brought it to your attention, Mayor, to Commissioner Young, and also to Commissioner Langstaff. And in one of our meetings, that's what I have down as an action item, was to bring it to the board for your consideration as to whether this is officially how you would like to have the delineation of responsibilities. Whether it's done as an MOU or whether it's done internal to the resolution, totally your choice. The City Manager doesn't have any dog in that fight. She just wants some specifics for the time being so we can go ahead and move forward with municipal court with clarity.
Any questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
Mr. Brooks, let me ask you a question. In y'all discussion with the city manager and the task force, and what was the decision of the municipal judge since we appointed him?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand, Mr. Howard.
Did the municipal judge agree with this memorandum of understanding?
Yes, that's what he had relayed to me, was that he is comfortable with it. He just doesn't want it to be a permanent fixture. So that's why it's got the 6-month termination period. And it can be terminated by your decision at any time, because obviously they both report to you. So this MOU could be canceled whenever the task force is finished with its business, and if we have a new direction for how the municipal court would operate, or in 6 months, it will go away unless you reinstate it.
Okay, and another question. When the attorney was talking, what's a cost?
To do this delineation right now, there isn't a cost. It'd be done within existing resources. This is just to give clarity over decision-making and control of the administrative and the judicial matters, to make sure that they don't get any, that the city manager and the chief judge of the municipal court understand clearly what their lanes of responsibility are. And I think that's what you all were trying to get done back in January or February when you directed the city manager to take responsibility over administrative matters. So within existing resources.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fuller?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, so when we weighed in on this spring or late winter, whenever our retreat was, what is different about this MOU than what we weighed in? I guess, did we do a resolution, or did we just do a straw vote, or whatever we did in the spring? What's different about this than that?
This is more specific. This is taking what your direction was and putting it in writing to be more specific, so there's something to point to as to who has what responsibility. Also, the 6-month period, specifically a 6-month period, is a change, and that's to accommodate what the task force was looking to do, which was to make this a temporary memorandum of understanding between the municipal court judge and the city manager.
Okay. So it was my understanding when we voted on this in the spring that all these employees were reporting to the city manager. It was my understanding when we made the clarity in the spring, all financial matters, budgeting, spending, was under the city manager. So essentially everything we're saying here, decisions on software, decisions on pens and papers and folders, everything, in my opinion, is under the direction of the city manager. And then I guess the last thing was, obviously there was an assumption that the two would work together on, considering operational needs, whatever. And then my understanding was the judge is there to adjudicate cases, period, which I assume is in the last part. So it's my understanding that this was decided upon in the spring. So I guess my question is, why is there still not clarity? We're 6 months away from that last, is there still not, or is somebody not understanding, or is there, why are we still not clear on the direction?
Mayor, can I weigh in?
Yes, ma'am.
Unless I missed it, I don't believe that you actually took a vote, Commissioner Worthington. And part of the challenge is the discussion happened at a retreat, so no official vote was taken, and basically the information was relayed to the judge and to the administrator verbally. And unless I'm missing it, I don't think you actually took a vote. And so, as Barry explained, this is to provide clarity and make sure, using your earlier phrase, that each of us is clear about our lane.
Oh, okay. So if this is to clarify or memorialize what we did, I get that. The other concern I have is the word temporary. I would be opposed to this because of the word temporary, because I would believe if we weigh in on a direction, it would be confusing to then in 6 months either bring it up again or to then change direction. And then, so my belief is that when we did this in the spring, it was the direction, period. And so I would be opposed to having the word temporary in here, that this is, if we're clarifying what we did in the spring, we're just clarifying it, period. And there's no cap, time frame or whatever, but that's my opinion on that, so.
Yes.
That's all I got, thank you.
Yes, sir, Mayor, just to respond, and really it's probably more for Mayor, you to respond and Commissioner Young to respond and Commissioner Lane's staff. The direction for temporary really came out of a product of the task force. The commission assigned these commissioners to do this task force, and so there may be an overarching redesign of what the municipal court may be, or there may not be. So I think their intent to put the word temporary in it was to basically echo that that the task force is still doing its work. And so once they come up with whatever the delineation of responsibilities would be, it would be incorporated at that point.
Right, and so I guess my concern is when you put the word temporary, that changes people's paradigm, even the reports. And so I guess I would go back to a military term, is here's your orders until further notice. This is the direction, and if we decide in 6 months, then we would change the order. But to put temporary, you're almost injecting instability, you're injecting this may change, you're injecting of like, hey, just hang on for 6 months because something, I would rather be clear and say this is the direction and we'll let you know when we decide to change it. But this is my personal opinion.
Sure.
That's it, thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff?
I am fine with Chad's request to remove the word temporary. That's fine with me. The thought process for me was, the consultant that we want to hire, hopefully we hire, would tell us what best practices are. And, it's the idea that they will probably tweak it in some form or fashion. But I agree, it would be the law of the land until it's changed. So we can do without the word temporary. I would point out this, that I believe that the task force did agree that we needed something in place like the MOU to delineate who was responsible for what until we got the consultant report back to tell us what best practices are in certain areas. But I also believe what the task force envisioned was that it would not be an MOU anymore, but a resolution. So it's still in the form of an MOU, it's just now we have a resolution adopting an MOU. And I think the mayor had pointed out, it really doesn't make sense to have an MOU between city appointees or their departments, that if we're gonna do it, the proper way to do it would just be a resolution. And again, that's a matter of semantics, sort of like Commissioner Worthington taking out the word temporary. It's the same sort of thing, not having an MOU at all, but just rewriting it in the form of a resolution was the intent of the task force. So, I mean, I'd be fine if the mayor wants it rewritten that way, that's fine. That's fine with me as well. That's all I got.
Commissioner Young?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with all of that. And that was, part of my comments to Attorney Cannon is that, once there's some clarity about who's responsible for what, then we can move forward. But I don't have any problem with removing the word temporary if that's going to make some people feel better.
Just my comments on it, I don't think we need to have an agreement between the municipal court judge and the city manager. Both of those positions are appointed by this board. I understand Ms. Subadan used the term earlier, lack of clarity. We've all learned something in the last 8 months. I mean, I was elected before I understood that there had been this issue of malfeasance in the city court, misappropriation of money. If you look at the revenue from the municipal court, fiscal year 18, fiscal year 19, there was a sharp decline, and obviously some of that has to do with the malfeasance that was taking place with the staff at the municipal court. That's why, I get upset a little bit when the folks from municipal court don't really seem to appreciate the magnitude of this issue. But I think, I'll say this and leave it alone. Commissioner Young earlier talked about leadership. Judge Weaver, I don't think the city judge, the municipal judge, should be the administrative head of that department. And I've said for some time, I believe this administrator position should be an appointed position and be the individual who is responsible for not only supervision, but hiring the clerks over there at the city the city court. One thing Mr. Cannon was talking about, Ms. McWhite, I think one reason I would not be as assertive in that position is there's a lack of clarity as what the city administrator is doing. And I think if we make sure that that's more than just a position who's a supervisor who works under the city manager and or the municipal court judge, we would have a better outcome. But of course, that's the issue, one of the issues that are going to be discussed, and we'll get some recommendations if we have this study. But if we're going to take action on this, I think it would be best in a form of a resolution as opposed to an agreement between the city manager and municipal court judge. But that's my position.
Mayor.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Do we, like I Consultant costs, do we know a cost or an estimation what it would cost to do this study?
No, we don't have that yet, Mayor Pro Tem. We will be surveying all of you all based on the instructions for the study to try to get some ideas of what you might want the study to include as some of its specifications for research. So until we know what all our specifications are, I don't think we really have an idea as to how much it would be.
But before we would get started, we would probably know sometime next year, right?
Yes, sir. Early next year. I mean, I'm working on that this week. We'll be trying to pull together our different specifications, poll the rest of the commission on what specifications they'd like, and then pull the commission task force back together so they can settle out what the specifications would be. Then I'm sure before we go to an RFP, it'll be brought back as an agenda item to you.
And at the last meeting, I did ask the city manager, about the conclusion or the completion of the GBI investigation. And so she said that they don't like to give us a time frame or discuss it, but I certainly would need some type of clarification or something to feel comfortable that we know something before we move forward with this, because this month have been a whole year, and goodness, probably impeachment thing didn't last that long. So we should, at least get some type of clarification.
Again, as the city manager reported, Mayor, the GBI, when we made the request, just said that it's an ongoing investigation. Once the investigation's over, they'll be glad to release the information to us. So I don't know if we can commit to knowing anything specifically, but I do know that Ms. Subadan had tasked our finance department to go in and do some investigations ourselves, do some forensic audits, so we have a general idea of what was happening that needs to be fixed. But as Mr. Langstaff said, hopefully we'll get some ideas on best practices from whoever we bring in to.
But may I just make a proposal on this? I know, because next time we meet, we're going to be voting on this.
Can I go around the table again?
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah.
Commissioner Fuller, anything else?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Nothing further.
Okay, Commissioner Warburton?
Yeah, so I was just going to clarify. So it sounds like Commissioner Langstaff, and I know he'll go a couple after me, or one after me, is to change this from a memorandum of understanding to just a simple resolution. And the resolution is to further clarify roles and responsibilities, I guess, would be the title of it. And then to remove the length of term, that is just effective immediately with no insinuation that it's ending. And I do like that in 6 months that I assume the city manager would come back and give us a report. So I did like that the 6 months there would be a report coming back, not that it would end anything. So that, I guess that's how this would be changed, I guess, based on comments. That would be my proposal, so that when this comes back, it's ready for a vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Brooks, we could redraft it to make it in a resolution form?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll be glad to do that.
Okay. Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young?
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
What I'm going to do, if the commission doesn't mind, as a courtesy to Mr. Maskey, instead of, let's go ahead and go to the proposals on Bill Miller and Henderson Gym. We have several presenters, Mr. Gray, Mr. Collier, Mr. Maples, in addition to Mr. Maskey. How would we like to proceed first? Mr. Gray, would you want to take the floor? We want to hear from Mr. Maskey.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I will go ahead and start off and then introduce Mr. Maskey for your question. He has provided an evaluation and analysis and a cost estimating study regarding both Bill Miller and Henderson Gym. He provided 3 scenarios which were analyzed. Scenario 1, elevating the existing building first floor to the floodplain ordinance required inches minimum above the base flood elevation. Another scenario he analyzed, scenario 2, was leave the existing gym floor at the existing elevation and install flood proofing or flood wall around the perimeter of the building. A third scenario was the demolition of the existing gym's pool at each site and construction of a new facility of the same size on the same site, but not necessarily at the same location. Each of those three scenarios was analyzed for each of the two gyms. Myself, Mr. Collier, and Mr. Maples assisted Mr. Maskey during him putting together this study. I'll turn it over to David Maskey for any further presentation of his full report, which I believe you received about a week ago.
Good morning, Mr. Maskey.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's nice to see everybody, even though you're behind screens. It's an improvement. I'm here today because I was asked to present a summary of my executive summary, I guess, but I'm here also to answer any questions that any of the commissioners may have regarding the report. I understand that it was distributed to everybody and that you had a chance to go through it. Both these gyms, Bill Miller and Henderson, were built in 1978 off the same set of plans, with the exception that Bill Miller is what I call a right-hand plan, which means as you enter, all the gym is directly in front of you, but all the interior spaces, meeting rooms, etc., are on your right-hand side. And Henderson is a left-hand plan, so it was reversed, with all the spaces being on the left-hand side as you enter. The facilities are similar, but the evaluation was done of each gym, and differences were found, and therefore the cost estimates are individualized for each gym as well because of the differences. Basic information on both gyms. Both facilities are pre-engineered buildings consisting of the main body of the building, which is 90 by 100, is 9,000 square feet. They're buildings, and then it has a lean-to on the side, which houses the ceramics room and the kiln closet that's associated with this ceramics room. Both buildings are concrete slab on grade. They each consists of 12,236 gross square feet, with the first floor consisting of 10,236 gross square feet, which includes the 1,236 square foot ceramics room and kiln closet. Within the main body of the building, above the first floor rooms, next to the gym portion, there is a mezzanine, an open mezzanine that consists of 2,000 square feet. Both buildings, as I mentioned already, have basically the same layout except reversed. Both buildings have 3 small group meeting rooms that are separated by vinyl accordion dividers that you pull to and open up. Each has an office, a bit of storage rooms, restrooms, small custodial space, and of course, as I mentioned, the ceramics room and so forth. Neither facility has a lobby. The spaces throughout, the meeting rooms and the other associated spaces have low ceilings, approximately 8 feet or less. In May of this year, the City Commission awarded a contract on each gym for $470,000 each to do what are essentially cosmetic repairs. What's under contract now does not include needed structural repairs, plumbing system, HVAC, or other electrical upgrades or replacements, except for the lighting that was included in the cosmetic package that you already voted on and awarded. The sites are also significantly different, not just in size, but also in terms of limitations and flexibility. Though I wasn't asked to, or tasked with evaluating the sites, I did include some information about them because I think that it's important. The executive summary is presented in basically two parts then. The first part being Bill Miller Gym, and the second part being the Henderson Gym. The Bill Miller Gym, which is located at 312 Vick Street, we assessed as basically being in fair condition, especially for a 42-year-old facility. The site on which it sits is irregular. It is small at 6.65 acres, and it is landlocked by residential properties on all sides. So it's actually sort of like in the middle of a group of houses. The site is also traversed by drainage swales and also has subsurface drainage piping. The gym is undersized. It does now have an 84-foot by 50-foot basketball court, which is high school regulation size. When it was originally built, it had a smaller court and a shuffleboard court next to that. But after the flood, it was redone, and the shuffleboard court was eliminated, and the basketball court size was increased in width. Although the basketball court was increased in width, there are concerns within the gym itself about the safety zones around the court, because the court is very close to the walls, as far as area outside the court for running on, or after a layup or whatever, running into the back wall. There have been some safety items put up, safety mats hung on the wall, and also protective metal covers at the steel columns and so forth. They've been in place for years. Also in the gym, the roof structure and the insulation is exposed, but the roof structure and the beams and so forth are lower than recommended, so that the clear height over the basketball court does not meet the minimum recommendation of 25 feet. At the Bill Miller Gym, the existing first floor slab is 1.25 inches above the base flood elevation, which puts it at 10 3/4 below the 12-inch requirement, the requirement of being 12 inches above the base flood elevation. As was explained by Mr. Gray earlier, one of the options we looked at was raising the floor. That was existing floor that was quickly eliminated because it would compromise every room and affect everything throughout the building. I mean, you'd end up with rooms with 7-foot ceilings, which is impossible. And have to raise all the doors, et cetera, et cetera. So we did study the other options in greater detail. The first one being in constructing a flood wall to address the situation of the existing floor being below the base flood elevation requirement of plus 12 inches. I then developed and I looked at several scenarios with that as well within the flood wall construction, and then developed an estimate for renovation of the existing gym, including the contract that you already issued for $470,000 for the cosmetic repairs, as well as estimating other items that we found in our detailed evaluation of the building: architectural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, some perimeter site items immediately around the building, these sorts of things. And that estimate, including a flood wall, that estimate came to $892,726. Adding a lobby, which was discussed, would be an additional $285,425. This would be a lobby similar to what was constructed at Thornton. These numbers regarding the lobby, when you probably look at it, you say, well, gee, the lobby isn't that big. The dilemma with adding a lobby is that it affects all the code applications, as well as the electrical system would have to be completely upgraded, just as you did at Thornton. So per square foot, the lobby addition on the existing facilities is high, because it affects more than just the square footage of the lobby itself. So the total for renovating the existing Bill Miller Gym and adding a lobby is estimated at $1,178,151. In the booklets that were distributed to you, you can look at the detailed line-by-line breakdown of the estimate, which is on page 33. The other option, the third option we were asked to look at on each gym was the possibility of demolishing the gym and constructing a new gym of the same size and quality on the same site. And we did that and estimated at Bill Miller, a new gym, again, 12,236 square feet, would cost $2,465,878. Adding the lobby would be another $188,000, which you can see is significantly less because it would be all new construction, and so everything would already be up to code, for a total of $2,653,953. And that detailed line-by-line estimate is on page 35 if you care to look at that. I would recommend, and I recommend this on both gyms, that in order really to make a well-informed decision, that there needs to be additional study, which was outside our scope, regarding how the city intends to have these gyms serve the community, what type of programs the recreation department can house there or wants to house there, or that the community is asking for, what groups will be served, what age groups will be served, what indoor programs would be involved, what outdoor programs would be involved, what relationship may be involved with school system or what have you for summer programs, feeding programs, these sorts of things, and also that a site evaluation be done at each gym because they do have, as I mentioned earlier, each site has some limitations, and also there's definitely a difference in the flexibility available at each site. The estimates, so that's basically a summary of Bill Miller. Let me run through Henderson Gym for you in the same fashion. I'll try to be a little quicker. Henderson Gym at 701 Willard also is in fair condition, but the site there is 33.64 acres. About 2/3 of it is actually south of Willard Avenue. If you sort of project it through the site, it's low, but it's all wooded property. 2/3, it's 20 some acres, which does offer some potential for expansion of ball fields or additional ball fields, this sort of thing, as well as other outdoor activities. This site is also traversed by some drainage swales. When one looks at adding a lobby at the existing Henderson Gym, if it was put on the south side, which is now the front of the building, that presents some problems because there is a large drainage swale just 15, 18 feet away from the front entrance of the building that also has major utility lines running through it. The city was already discussing actually putting the gym on the north side, the lobby on the north side of Henderson Gym when they were looking at that before we were retained, which frankly I think if you move forward with retaining the existing facility makes a lot of sense. Years ago, getting off a little bit, but years ago in 2005, the city cut an access road off of Gaines Avenue and incorporated a very nice parking lot to the west of Henderson Gym. And also there's another second smaller parking area to support the ball field that already exists there. There's a fenced ball field on that site. But one of the nice things about Henderson is in addition to having exposure off of Gaines, you can literally also see the facility off of Oak Ridge so that it has greater exposure to the community. Unlike Bill Miller, which unless you know where it is, you ride right by it because you don't even know it's back there. That's another thing I'll touch on later, but it's signage. But in terms of neighborhood facility and maybe greater community facility, because of the larger site, there is potentially more flexibility there for more programs. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, just like Bill Miller, the gym is undersized, but Henderson, after the 94 flood, when the floor was redone, an 84 by 50 foot court was put in there, basketball court, and the shuffleboard court on the side was eliminated. So it does have a high school-sized court in it. I'm sorry, that's backwards. I confused you. That was Bill Miller. Henderson still has the original, it was replaced but with a new floor in after the 94 flood, but the basketball court at Henderson is 84 by only 42, so it is only 42 wide. So it does not have, it's not high school regulation size, I apologize, but it still has a shuffleboard court on one side. How much use that gets, I don't know. I do think they use it on occasion. Still, on the sides where the shuffleboard court isn't, there's still a safety zone problem with not enough space for overrunning the court, running out of bounds, layups, that sort of thing. This Henderson gym, the existing floor slab is 1.25 inches below the base flood elevation. So it's 13.25 inches below the 12-inch requirement above the base floor elevation. Not significant, but there is a slight difference. Here again, I looked at the options. We already discussed option 1 of raising the floor as not being practical in any way, shape, or form. Option 2 was constructing a flood wall, as well as addressing the other items that we found in our investigation and evaluation of the facility. The estimate for renovating the existing Henderson gym, including the cosmetic renovation you already have under contract, and the other items detailed in the report and in the estimate is $927,376. It has additional structural repairs and some other items that need to be done beyond the scope of Bill Miller. Again, if you add the lobby at Henderson, it is a bigger number because it would go to we're recommending that it be put on the north side of the gym. It would involve doing away with the existing overhead door, relocating the overhead door, some other issues, because it would be on the opposite end, as well as there would be more site work involved to get the lobby on the other end than at Bill Miller. So that's estimated, that lobby, at $395,425 for a total of $1,322,801. And that estimate, the detailed estimate, is found in your books on page 84. Then the other option requested, demolishing the existing gym, constructing a new facility, again emphasizing of the same size and quality, which we can discuss, would be $2,570,818. Adding the lobby would be $268,075 for a total of $2,838,893. And that detailed breakdown is on page 86. These estimates do not include replacement of plumbing fixtures, HVAC equipment, electrical upgrades, other than the lighting that I already mentioned. So I want you to, we were asked to evaluate the building and develop estimates, but we're not in these estimates making the building under the renovation estimates for the existing building. We're not trying to make the buildings like new. So the existing building systems are not included in the estimates. So you'd have, an upgraded building, but it would still have HVAC equipment, some of which is at 75 and 85% of its usable life, plumbing fixtures that in some cases should be replaced, these sorts of odds and end things that if you do go the renovation route, I would certainly recommend taking a look at addressing these other systems in order so that when you're done with it, you have a building, though physically the same size as it is now, plus a lobby if you decide to add it, that the whole building would be more in like new condition, so you don't have to keep going back and every year, now we've got to replace HVAC, now we've got to upgrade electrical, these sorts. It would make much better sense, in my opinion. Plus, it would bring the building up to code, like right now on the HVAC side, there's no outside air intake for mixing of the air with HVAC, these sorts of things really should be addressed, but you're not required to address it but it would just be a recommendation to bring it up to code, because these buildings are 42 years old. Okay. So the estimates don't include those things. The estimates also don't include parking lot improvements, site improvements, ball fields if you decide to add or expand, play equipment replacement, playground equipment replacement, these sorts of things. Also not included, of course, are FF&E and other costs, which, you know, when you renovate a building, you got to think about that. I'm sure you're going to need to buy some new equipment and new nets and these sorts of things, which I noted some of that in my report. We addressed what we saw. And that, in a nutshell, is my summary of the executive summaries for each gym. And
Thank you, Mr. Maskey.
yeah, hope I didn't confuse you too much. I'm available for questions.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions for Mr. Maskey?
Thank you, Mr. Master. Let me thank you for a detailed and down-to-earth evaluation and your summary judgment. And Mayor, and to the Commissioner, that the pictures that he was so graciously provided in his handout does not tell the story. You actually have to visit those gyms and look at them from the inside and the outside. And then the area is going through what you call a transformation of, that when these gyms was built, you know, we just might just face it, that the quality was very poor. And Mr. Mayor, you and I had talked about it in the past, that I would like for this commissioner to think outside the box. And when I say think outside the box, that it's like you have worked the old mule and he or she is about to say goodbye. And I think that we owe it to the citizens of this community and the area that we need to look at the price. Of course, he did say these prices will probably change, but you're looking at getting 2 new gyms, a state of the art, for less than $6 million. And it will certainly bring some type of fresh air to the area. And like I said, you mentioned about that drainage area that run back on the west side, and then the poor quality of the drainage area somewhere in the Bill Miller area, and there's no space to grow. Mayor, we owe it to the citizen and the next generation, which is something good, something that they would appreciate. And for 42 years, I think we have to say the time has come that these gyms probably just need to just take a bulldozer and just be completely washed away or demolished. And I think, Mayor, we probably, like we got a memorandum of understanding with the school system, is that if we decide to go this route, that in the area there are some schools that we can do a memorandum with the school system to utilize some of those gyms that got, them schools that got a gym until the new gyms are being built, because it's 42 years old, and to go in and do a renovation or patchwork to it, I think we really defeat the purpose of this. Realize that the area deserve it, and the citizen of this community deserve something that would be good. And the reason why I say that, because when you look at, when economic development comes, they're going to question sometimes how is your recreation facility. And I will be appalled, in my honest opinion, to take anybody to the gyms at the condition they're in now. And when it was open, that it's just not conducive for the next generation. That's what I would say. That's it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Fuller?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Maskey. Currently, and this might be a question for Mr. Gray, but you might know, Mr. Maskey, since the floods, have we experienced in heavy rains, are we getting, water penetration into the existing buildings?
No, sir, with the recent floods and the heavy rains, we haven't had any recent, water penetration inside the facilities.
Okay, and I'm assuming we are able to, that we currently have flood insurance on the buildings, is that correct?
I don't believe I know that the facilities are insured, but as far as actual flood insurance as a category, I don't believe that's correct. I can circle back around with risk management and validate that, though.
Okay, well, that brings me to my next question. If we were to renovate these gyms and do that flood wall, would we, do you or Mr. Massey know, would we be able to get flood insurance at that point?
As stated before, sir, I know the facility is insured. I believe the intent of this scenario 2 portion was to ensure that we came within FEMA and GEMA floodplain management standards, so that way, if there was some intrusion and we ended up doing a subsequent claim for facilities damage, as long as you're within those categories, I don't think that really matters whether or not you have actual flood insurance per se, but if you're within the FEMA and GEMA standards on that, so that would be the point of bringing it into standards, sir. Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir, I think so. If we could just clarify by having that flood wall, and, you know, let's say that we did have a catastrophic flood and the floors were damaged in the gyms, which it sounds like they were in the 94 flood, you know, would we be covered there? Just to be certain, we certainly would hate to spend this money on a renovation and then not be covered. And then, lastly, Mr. Maskey, on your estimates for renovations, were those to the level of, say, Thornton Gym that was renovated, to those standards?
I would say, my answer to you is no, it's not to that level. As I noted, does not include upgrades of the system, you know, HVAC systems, plumbing fixtures, that sort of thing, all of which was done at Thornton Gym. It has all new equipment and new systems, as well as at Thornton, the mezzanine was enclosed and subdivided into, you know, various types of spaces, and there's a break room and other spaces up there on the mezzanine that are not included in these estimates. And I appreciate that question, because I'm trying to be very clear that our estimates were just to get the building back into usable condition, basic condition, not any upgrades, adding any frills or anything such as that. So that's an excellent question, and just to be clear, on the portions of my estimates that are about new facilities, it's the same thing. It doesn't include any, while a new facility would have all new equipment and so forth, there's no elevated walking track or any of that sort of thing. As a matter of fact, for a new facility, we're recommending that you just eliminate the mezzanine and do all one floor. Again, we estimated basic apples and apples, so it'd still be 12,236 square feet, but it would all be on one floor in order to simplify the construction, eliminate all the difficulties that would present themselves as they do now as far as ADA accessibility, ceiling heights, those sorts of things. In a one-floor facility, the meeting room ceilings and the other ceilings could be higher, which would be more appropriate for meeting rooms. As well as like at the restrooms, the restroom ceilings are at 7'10", you know, so kids can jump up and punch out the ceiling tiles. All that needs to be raised in a new facility to make it a better facility, easier maintenance, less susceptible to abuse, that sort of thing. And the other reason that, if I can just expand again, that I mentioned, that I think the city commission and leadership should the administration should take a look at the programming and all, because I think that the existing gyms are very limited in what they can offer. They don't have kitchens, The bathrooms are very small. You know, if you're having a basketball tournament or whatever there, they're only one male, one female restroom. They each only have two fixtures. You know, if you're having an event there or a summer camp there, it's woefully under-equipped to really house programs of the type that communities of our size are familiar with in 2020. Again, these were both built in, 1978. The world is a lot different than in the last century. And there's a lot, these new facilities or renovated facilities really need computer rooms. They need internet, massive internet access. They could be terrific places for after-school programs, tutoring programs, right? You join up with the school system or a church, local church in the neighborhood. That's happening in various places in Albany. It really becomes not just a gym, it becomes a community center. And this is, I'm hoping that, of course, it's easy for me to say because it's all a factor of money, but I know the commission is committed to upgrading recreation facilities in Albany and quality of life. And in order to get that to happen, you have to invest some money to get facilities that can truly provide the flexibility, like I said earlier, for all the different groups and different programs. Another thing, like these gyms they have no exterior storage, so the nets and stuff are left out. They're all torn up. Kids come, right, and they hang on the soccer goals and bend the bars, and the toy playground area at Bill Miller. If you go, as Commissioner Howard said, you need to go take a look. And it's, the maintenance folks, the facilities people, frankly, I was surprised when I went to these two gyms because I expected them to be in really poor condition. And the facilities people, in my opinion, over 42 years, that both of these facilities are in fair condition, and Henderson in particular looks, is apparently not painted that looks good. It just doesn't function for the community, to the extent that it could. And they've pieced it together and kept it running, but there are things over the years. Somebody went in and welded hasps on the exterior doors that they're locking with a padlock. God forbid something happens in there and the exit door is locked with a padlock on the outside. There needs to be security systems. There need to be proper fire alarms, emergency lighting. These facilities don't have any of that because it wasn't required back then. So they've been functioning like this for years. So they've kept them together, and they are renovatable. But it's about the money. Sorry, I didn't mean to pontificate. I just get...
Commissioner Fuller, any other questions?
No further questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Mayor, before we move on, I do have an answer to all the questions Commissioner Fuller asked.
Okay.
Sir, according to risk management, Bill Miller is not covered by flood insurance. However, the Henderson site is covered by flood insurance. Also have some additional insight from Bruce Maples, our Director of Engineering, regarding the FEMA-GEMA requirements for flood. Bruce?
Good morning. In response to your question about the work that's proposed by Mr. Maskey, his first two scenarios they looked at was one was raising, which he deemed to be not feasible, but the other was the flood-proofing wall. Any work that's done would have to be in conformance with FEMA's requirements for flood-proofing any non-residential structure, and once that work is done and certified by either a registered architect licensed in the state of Georgia or professional engineer licensed in the state of Georgia, it would meet those requirements, and then it would be insurable under the flood insurance regulations. So we would make sure that anything that's done would have to meet those requirements or it would be null and void. So.
And just to add to that, what Bruce said, John Hudgens, before departing, provided me the full, and I think Bruce provided a second time, the full set of FEMA requirements for evaluating floodproofing. So I went through that 100-and-something page book, and the estimates for the flood walls are based on the requirements for the different levels and categories that the book requires, for FEMA. So my estimates are based on meeting those requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Maskey. Anything else, Commissioner Fuller?
No, sir, that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Fletcher?
Well, David, and you touched on a lot of it right before, Mr. Gray spoke in, and I will tell you that I have seen those gyms, and we have a staff, and Mr. Gray's probably a big part of it, and Joel, that's doing the best they can do with the pennies that they have to work with. You know, but what's scary, I mean, recreation, I think that is one thing that this commission has talked about doing and upgrading, but you keep saying the word estimate, 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 upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. What are we gonna use this for? You know, a game plan, community center, community center, I think when we tackled Carver, that was what a lot that we looked at is who's gonna use this, how many people used it. We had great data, like we have great data at Thornton Gym. You know, and ultimately, you know, I would like it's tough to do something off an estimate because then you get into the trick bag of having to come back and add more and more and more. And I'd like to get the game plan of what we're gonna do with this, what is that final number, and then find out how are we gonna pay for it. You know, you have put a tremendous amount of time into this, and this is a dream for any community, any part of anywhere in any city, and people, you know, do deserve this. But we have to know exactly what we're getting into and how we're gonna pay for it. So thank you for all of your great work, and I'll take this time to tell Mr. Gray and Mr. Holmes and all of the department heads that do their very best to hold, as Commissioner Howard said, keep the shoes on this old mule, because you do a great job at it. And thank y'all very much. Thank you, David.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Maskey. This is very good, as usual, very detailed report that you gave us. You know, for me in general, I think what we offer the folks that live in this part of Albany in terms of these two gyms, and I even would throw the third gym in there, Carver Gym, is unacceptable for children, youth, senior adults. We are not providing to them from a facility standpoint. And so for me, I was in favor of the 470 and the 470. I didn't feel real good about it, but I was in support of it because it gave some immediate improvement. And I knew that in 3 to 5 years, we would have to assess. The 470 and the 900,000 was a Band-Aid, and it was just kind of making it look a little nicer, a little more presentable, a little more safer in a few areas. And then obviously you found a lot more things. The price tag has gone up just to make it a code and whatever. And now we're at the point of this wall. So let me camp on this wall for a minute. I am just completely not supportive of a wall. I appreciate all the work you've done and you provide us, but I just can't imagine having these gyms with a wall around it. I just think that would visually, everything would be sending the absolute wrong message to the citizens of that area to put yet another flood Band-Aid. And when I think about a wall, you know, one of the first risks of a wall is the gate. A flood's coming. Whose responsibility is it? Is it Bruce's? Is it the city manager? Is it the chief of police? Who's got to go put the gate in? Because if you don't put the gate in, the whole wall has no purpose. And then once you put the gate in, you're going to have water intrusion. So most of the research I've done on these walls is you've got to have some mechanism of pumping the water out, because depending on if the flood is there for a day or if the flood is there for a week, water is going to intrude into the wall. And so it's just a matter of time that it's going to. So the wall, in my opinion, is completely out of the question. I would not be supportive of having an option with the wall. The other thing that we don't think about is the wall is trying to keep water out. Well, what about the water that's inside, that from the roof, from the gutters? You're going to have constant flooding. You're going to have constant muddy spots because water can't drain from the front yard. It can't come. It's just going to be a nightmare. So for those reasons, I'm ready to move on, as Commissioner Howard talked about. So instead of having a 3 to 5 year outlook, in my opinion, this is what are we going to do now, next, site locations, programming, all the things that you talked about. The report you provided, at least in my opinion, indicates that none of these scenarios, in my opinion, are viable. We need to look at whatever scenario number 4 is going forward. One quick question is, have you done any look at Carver Gym?
No.
I know it wasn't part of this scope.
No, I wasn't asked to. The answer is no.
Okay.
Yeah.
I assume, it's my opinion, that Carver Gym is probably in a lot worse shape than these 2 gyms. So when we start considering scenarios, and obviously we have Carver Park, which is now Driscoll Park. There's a lot of parts and pieces that's got to be brought into this when we start moving on to scenario number 4. But anyway, I guess I didn't have any questions. Those are just my editorial comments. But I appreciate what you did. I don't have any questions because whatever you provided here, I read through it and it answered all my questions. So
Let me just respond for a little bit on the wall portion, and it may not have been perfectly clear. We looked at a number of wall options, using the word wall, generically. There was an option to put waterproofing on the existing exterior block and then adding gates at all the personnel doors. We opted against that because I'm not a big believer of painting on, brushing or spraying or whatever, waterproofing on a 42-year-old block wall that has proven that it can't even hold paint because the paint is peeling off. The wall has interior moisture. So I ended up opting to do a wall scenario that would actually have a physical membrane within the wall, a waterproofing membrane. And for most part around the building, the wall would be constructed right up against the existing exterior wall. The only places that it wouldn't be right up against the exterior wall, in order to save money, in my report, I looked at having the wall freestanding and extend out around existing HVAC equipment so that you wouldn't have to get into raising and reworking all the existing HVAC equipment, those sorts of things. And then the wall option, of course, as I think Commissioner Fletcher pointed out, add-on. The wall is only to satisfy 12 inches above the base flood elevation. You had another, God forbid, 94 flood, you really need to take the wall up to the 94 flood level, which is higher than 12 inches above the base, right? Base flood's only 100 year. So you'd really need the wall to be higher. But we looked at all, that's why the wall estimates probably surprised some of the city people a little bit that we hadn't here. And then because we wanted to estimate a waterproofing flood wall that we felt, in our professional opinion, would be permanent, not susceptible to damage like a painted on coating would be, as well as at the gates. The gates are required. And you're correct, that somebody would have to physically go out there and put the gates or the steel panels in the slots, and then when the pressure of the water comes, it seals against the gaskets. But it would invariably have a little bit, at least some leakage, and then it would depend on how long the water would be standing there and how high the water is. As an engineer, the higher the water, the more static pressure you're going to have against it. So these are all things that but I didn't want you to think the flood wall, which probably some people, oh, you're going to build like it's a wall around a medieval castle and you got all this space in there. It's not like that. And the other reason I didn't want to propose a wall that would be away from the existing wall is then you have the problem with people being able to hide behind the wall and that sort of stuff. So that's why I proposed for the wall to be right up against the existing facility, actually touching it, except at the HVAC equipment where you'd step out and around, and have like an HVAC courtyard, so you didn't have to rework every system. Anyway, I'm just clarifying that. But anything man-made, it's going to be susceptible to not be 100%, and I think you're right. The best thing would be to elevate the building up high enough to, if the flood waters come, it doesn't get up to the floor elevation. Anyway, thank you.
That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Mr. Maskey, for your report. I guess the only trepidation I have is, you know, these facilities before the pandemic were being utilized heavily by the community. These are for those communities, you know, they are landmarks, they are community anchors, as you spoke to. So, you know, in terms of them not being located where they're located, that would be one thing that I would, you know, definitely have some, you know, real reservations about. If you start talking about, let's look at another site. You know, Bill Miller has been there since the, you know, late 70s, early 80s. Same thing with Henderson. So those are community anchors, which we don't have much of in South Albany, and that's, you know, when I talk about community anchors, I'm talking about, you know, schools, grocery stores, things that when you look to locate to a community, that's what you want to see. And those are community centers as well as recreation centers. So as far as timelines on these particular scenarios, what can we foresee as far as getting them back up and running? Because I know both of them are pretty much down right now. And I know Bill Miller had kind of started the renovations. I think Henderson is down because of COVID, and a lot of you know, coaches and community folks and folks who are understanding what the youth need to be doing right now are very concerned about them not being available to go to these locations. So what's the timeline once we start on any one of these scenarios?
Yeah, well, Bill Miller is not being used at all right now. They moved everything out in anticipation of the cosmetic renovation, but Henderson actually does have some limited activities going on. Okay. Just to be clear. But I would, and this is purely a guess because it depends, you know, on how fast, you know, what the city wants to do in terms of process. But in terms of renovation, you know, the second option there, to renovate the existing facility and do the flood wall, I think you're probably easily looking at 12 to 15 months by the time you get it all designed and bid and constructed. Would be my, you know. New facility is going to be two years, 2.5 years. I mean, that sounds like a long time, and it is, but, and I don't know why this is. It seems in other areas and other communities, things get done faster, but in my experience, 42 years here, there's something, you can't seem to get a project done in a year for, you know, new facility. But by the time all the planning and the bidding and all goes through, I think a new facility is going to be good, you know, 2 years from today.
And that's what my concern is. Just right now, those facilities are not available to the youth, and of course we know what we've seen in the last, you know, few days, weeks, and months as far as the uptick in youth violence and violence in the community, and we you know, that's just something that we have to consider, along with, you know, making sure that those centers are, you know, still stay in those communities where they're located, because that's important for those neighborhoods.
One of the things that you could consider, you know, of course, depending on which route you can go and what funding, as you all were talking about before, you could make available. If you opt to go new facility, you can put them on the same sites but in a different location so that the existing facilities could open back up and be used during the design and construction period. And then instead of demolishing them first and putting the building right back on the same spot, particularly like at Bill Miller, the facility is tucked way up there in the corner. You can't see it and that sort of thing. Plus, really access with the overhead door and everything is very limited. It's right up against the houses. So you may want to look at relocating the facilities on one or both sites so that you can keep using the facility while the new one's coming. Renovation, of course, they'd have to be closed in order to give the contractor full access.
Okay.
You know.
That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Young, sir, Or Mayor, I have a more specific answer to one of the questions Commissioner Young asked me.
Yes, sir.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Young, part of your question was if we just did the renovations. Each of those facilities contract for the project to be completed in a time frame of 180 calendar days.
180, I didn't catch the last part.
Calendar days,
Calendar days.
6 months
Okay.
for the cosmetics.
But that was before you had the wall, retaining wall was a component of it, so.
Is that what you calculated, Mr.
That was a contract.
Don?
That,
I
you
was
asked,
just
Mr.
wondering,
Rep, that was a contract with the LR.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate it, Mr. Maskey. I read the whole thing, all the, just for the public. On both of these facilities, you had a structural engineer look at them. You had a HVAC assessment. You had an electrical assessment. You had a plumbing assessment. And basically, the buildings aren't in ADA compliance. There are even numerous code violations in the building, which we could cite people for having this very property. Now, I don't think the first two options are viable. I want to say, as I've said before, my problem with the flood-proofing wall is you're spending substantial funds and you're not expanding or improving in any way your recreational program. I think Ms. Subadan has mentioned it. I'm excited about what's going on at Driscoll Park. Once these landscape architects start making recommendations, you realize the potential of a site. And unless you have some experience or expertise, I think we're limited by our own, and we could do so much more. As I see what's over at the Bill Miller Center, that's situated at a 6-acre park. Maybe the best use of that facility would be a community center like we're having at Driscoll Park, and a high-quality outside basketball court. Maybe the gym in East Albany would be better. There's a better location for it. Ms. Subadan has mentioned having a recreation master plan. I get kind of skeptical because at my house I have a 98 master plan, the 2006 master plan, but I believe that's probably the approach we need to take. And each one of those plans recommend that we have a site analysis of all our parks, which is something we've never done. And having spent a Sunday afternoon at these two facilities with Mr. Gray, Mr. Maskey, Mr. Young, and other members of staff, I mean, over at Bill Miller, we have basically runoff from the property to the immediate north. It's a situation, erosion around both these facilities, and I think it's somewhat a function, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Maskey, is so much of our city is at a low elevation, we're going to have this problem most anywhere we go, but we can't address the recreational needs of the community without putting these facilities where the people are. And just one thing you can notice at Henderson is apparently there was a berm constructed prior to and that brought that facility up, and it's still under the base level facility. But at Henderson, unlike Coleman Malone Park, you have a large area, and I was looking at this last night. Does the city own the 22 acres south, the wooded area?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Well, we have opportunities there, and I think what I would like to do, we're moving forward with this design of Driscoll Park. Like I say, I'm excited about it, but when we have a retreat, if it's in February or March, I think we need to set aside 2 hours, and we need to discuss this, and, I mean, I have some knowledge, and, you know, we have plans, but we don't do anything, and that is not benefiting the community. But I appreciate it, Mr. Maskey. I think we have a good idea where we need to go, and like I say, I think we need to do better, and these facilities have, in my opinion, come to their useful life, and because of the limitations which are set forth in this report, and I won't go through them just to prove that I did read everything, but in the reports from the other specialists, I mean, we have code violations, deficiencies, and problems. And one thing I can say, it looks like some of the downspouts are cut out. Looks like some of the same modifications were made at both facilities, and I understand staff was just trying to make do with what they had, but there are some instances where it appears we were planning on asking for forgiveness rather than permission, and I don't think it's appropriate that the city have a property and we not in compliance with building codes. But thank you, Mr. Maskey.
Could I just add one final comment?
Yes, sir.
I would just like to thank the city commission and the city manager and the city administration for the opportunity on behalf of Maskey Associates and all our consultants to perform this study, and we appreciate it.
That was the last page in the report I read.
True. I wanted to say it publicly because we do appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Maskey. We appreciate your work. Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Gray, Mr. Maples, or Mr. Collier? Mayor Pro Tem?
No further question.
Commissioner Fuller?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
I guess one question is about Carver Gym. I guess is that structure, is it uninhabitable? Is it just locked up because there's no programming there, or is it the roof leaking? What's the situation with Carver Gym?
Sir, that is an unusable structure. Right now, from a safety standpoint, it does have significant roof damage, a natural skylight per se every time it rains, and it has no programming going on.
So are any of those repairs scheduled, or would just kind of sit on hold on that facility?
There are no repairs scheduled for that facility at this time, awaiting further guidance from executive leadership.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Carver Gym has got character you can't buy. But one thing we need to do, first, does the school board own Carver Gym?
We own it.
The city owns it? Okay, well, we certainly need to cover that roof up so the bad situation doesn't get any worse. We don't need any, ma'am?
It's really bad. Can I speak for a few minutes?
To Mr. Warmington's point?
A little bit of that.
Well, can I get around the table then?
Well, just to specifically answer Commissioner Warburton's question, the building has mold. Unbeknownst to us, the mold was accumulating even before it was obvious that there was a roof leak. And, you know, part of the overall issue is we need direction. But I'll cover that. But the building is not in any way usable. We got an estimate on just the remediating the hazardous waste, and it was in the hundreds of thousands. I mean, the hazardous material was in the hundreds of thousands. But when you're finished, if you could give me a few minutes, I'd like to address kind of the recreation direction.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Langstaff?
No comment.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, to your point, also, I would like to probably see as a part of what we look at is, I don't know, maybe using some census data for those areas, because case in point, Carver Gym. Carver Gym now is located in an area that's lost a lot of population in terms of the people it serves in those areas. So it may be, like you say, about turning Bill Miller into more of a community center than a ball center or whatever, basketball gym, to kind of look at it in who those facilities are serving in those areas. And I think that will do more to guide, what decisions we make about programs and as well as what we construct in those locations.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Subadan.
All right, if you would just indulge me for a minute. On my notes, I have why we need a recreation master plan. So here's what we know. Miller and Henderson, the assessment has been done. We need a direction. Carver Park, the study is underway. Many options there. We've demolished the old library. We've talked to the school board. They have not indicated that they have any need for additional programming, but I do think we have to have more conversation about what program is necessary. We've got baseball. Eames, there's a proposal to put baseball at Chi Hall. The YMCA wants to partner. They have property that they have pitched to the city. First Tee, what should it become? Carver Gym and Turner Gym are both shuttered. What is the right replacement for basketball in our community? Programming, what does the community want and need by neighborhood? Kickball, should we be charging? Should it be free? Pickleball, should we be encouraging it? Should we be looking at tournaments? The county wants to discuss the tennis center. There's a church group that's pitched a $1.2 million building on the east side. And then there's trails, which is part of recreation. Chi Hall has its own master plan that's underway. We have a skate park that, do we keep it? Do we replace it? Do we need it? And then most importantly, how do we engage today's youth? We really need a youth council and a strategy, and we need a recreation master plan that's up to date. I know that there is a 98 and a 2006, but I can tell you that our experience has been that in this administration, we have moved things forward. We have gotten things done. We have completed projects or have projects that are in some stage of completion that people never thought would get done. So I do think there's a different attitude now about achieving results and actually putting our money where our mouth is and actually doing things. But with all of these issues that are diverse and growing, I think our root cause, not root cause, but our root issue is how are we engaging today's youth? We need a youth council. We need a recreation strategy that matches that youth council. And we really need a organized approach as we go forward. As you've heard me say many times, you may ask, well, why haven't we put, $500,000 to bring Carver Gym back? Well, because you can have anything, but you can't have everything. And what we don't have is solid direction. And I would really like for the board to, at minimum, give us the direction to seek a recreation master plan update. And in that update, programming needs to be discussed. And all the things that I just threw out, the majority of them really could be answered with an updated recreation master plan. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Subadan. Now we go back, I appreciate you, the Commission, allowing Mr. Maskey to go out of turn. New alcohol application for license. I think it's 7 Bar and Grill at 104 North Washington. Mr. Norman?
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Norman.
Yes, this is 7 Bar and Grill at 104 North Washington Street. They submitted an application requesting an alcohol license for consumption of liquor, beer, and wine. The applicant is Patrice Ford from 3621 Plumcrest Avenue here in Albany, Georgia, 31705, and her husband, Christopher Ford, at the same address. The type of business is going to be a restaurant. The planning department identified this location as zoned in C2 on a collector street and in Ward 3. The distance requirement must be greater than 200 yards from schools and 100 yards from churches. The nearest school is Albany State University at 504 College Drive, and the nearest church is Bethel AME at 217 South Washington Street. This establishment was previously licensed as Icons from 2013 to 2020. It was the Bar Code Bar and Grill from 2011 to 2013. It was Booters from 2011. The police department has no open investigations at this location. The police calls over the past 12 months was 1 false alarm, 1 building check, and 1 miscellaneous. The applicant placed an article in the Albany Herald at least 10 days prior to this meeting as notification to the general public that the application will be considered for approval. The applicant and the location meets the criteria for approval.
Thank you, Ms. Norman. Any questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
No question.
Commissioner Fuller?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
No question.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
The next item is an application for a transfer. The applicant for the convenience store at 2200 West Gordon Avenue.
Yes, sir. This is Diamond 786 Enterprise Incorporation, doing business as Halfmore at 2200 West Gordon Road. They have submitted an application requesting an alcohol license for packaged beer and wine. The applicant is Mohammed Maroon at 2507 Nottingham Way, apartment 607, here in Albany, Georgia. The type of business is a convenience store. The planning department identified this location as zoned in C1 on an arterial street and in Ward 4. There is no distance requirement for a transfer. The establishments previously licensed at this location, they all were Halfmore food stores. From 2019 to 2020 with Mohammed Nadeem, from 2018-2019 from Brijesh Patel, and from 2000 to 2018 for Narjawan Dave. The police department has no open investigations at this location. The police calls over the past 12 months were 2 burglaries, 20 building checks, 45 escorts, and 2 miscellaneous. The applicant placed an article in the Albany Herald at least 10 days prior to this meeting as notification to the general public that this application will be considered for approval. The applicant and the location meets the criteria for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Any questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
No question.
Commissioner Fuller?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yep, Mr. Norman, building checks and escorts, can you explain those two
Yes,
police
sir.
calls?
A lot of times establishments will have, when they have a lot of money in the evening, they'll call for an escort, and the police department will escort the merchant to the bank to make the deposit drop. And building checks is usually during the hours when the store is closed or during the hours of high increased volumes of people, to have the police just do a drive-by to ensure that no mischief or mishap is transpiring.
Okay. Those just seem very high. I guess I haven't seen either one of those. If you think about it in 12 months' time, those combined are 60. You know, that's just a lot of calls for service, but I guess are those unlimited services that
Yes, sir.
we provide?
Those are preventative measures just to make sure that nothing transpires against the location.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir, Mr. Norman. This is a new license, so if I'm thinking about it, is this right by the railroad tracks on Gordon?
No, sir, that's the neighborhood grocery. This one is further down right there near Davidson Street.
Okay. on the left.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, all right. So was it a business closing, or did they purchase? You had that information?
It's a transfer.
It's, okay. But the license is not being transferred?
Yes, sir. The entire business, the license and the business is being transferred from one owner to another.
But it says new alcohol license.
Yes, sir. All applications are new.
Okay, so it's a new application, but,
Right. It's
Okay,
a new
so-
owner, but it's a transfer of the actual business going to a new owner.
okay. Okay, I guess what I'm trying to, okay, so their alcohol license wasn't taken away, it was just, they're just gonna get it
Yes,
through,
sir.
through the new business, okay. I thought there was a difference between we do alcohol license transfers, okay. All right, transfer ownership. Okay, I may have some more questions on that one offline, but
Yes,
thank you.
sir.
All right.
Commissioner Langstaff, did I skip you?
No, you got me.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Norman. The next item on the agenda is blanket renewal of the existing licenses for 2021.
Yes, sir. During my presentation before, I tried to make sure I outlined that during the calendar year, there's a lot of activity from the government as far as regulation goes to these establishments. They're visited by the fire department, they're visited by ADDU, the sheriff department, the police department, the marshal division, code enforcement. And what happens is we want to make sure that the codes that is outlined by the city and the state law are being followed, and all the requirements as far as population by the general public is in place. We also try to make sure that the ordinance, especially as it pertains to the licensing, that the OTC is there, that the licenses are obtained by the state, that the permits for lotto and food stamps and all those things are in place as well. During the meeting, the first meeting, there was concerns that had came out concerning Wards 1 and Ward 6. And I want to talk about Ward 1, for instance, first. In Ward 1, the average buildings that the alcohol establishment there was built in 1980. In Ward 1, we have 2 supermarkets there, 15 convenience stores, 4 nightclubs, 1 drugstore, 2 restaurants, 2 recreations, 1 wholesale, 1 retailer, and 4 package stores. Now, in Ward 6, we have most of their buildings, once again, was also built around 1979, the average. And there's 1 supermarket there. There are 12 convenience stores. There are 3 nightclubs and bars, 1 restaurant, 1 drugstore, and 1 package store. Normally, when we have new merchants coming in, they're usually looking at the building for what it was before. And when we look at these buildings that was established back over 20 years ago, the theory was to put the resources into the community to make sure that they have those things, at least where I was from. I came from Virginia, and that's what happened because all the main stores and everything was starting to move out close to the mall. So now when you have these new merchants, in order to keep their revenue down, they try to put the same type of establishment inside of these buildings that once was. And that's why a lot of times we'll see a lot of the convenience stores coming back and merchants trying to open up establishments that was there prior to them. So with that being said, I didn't receive any other concerns as it relates to the renewal. So if there's any more right now, I'll entertain those.
Thank you, Mr. Norman.
Yes, sir.
And for the benefit of the public, what we're proposing here is everyone who has a license, it will be automatically renewed for the following calendar year.
That's correct.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, any questions, Mr. Norman?
Mr. Norman, you're not ready to go to page 47 yet, are you? Where it's the event center, entertainment? Or are you gonna wait on that?
We could go there if you want to. Event centers and entertainment,
Right.
the
At your-
evening entertainment establishment?
Right.
Yes, sir.
At your last, conversation last month, you said you was still, the jury was still out, you still was looking at two of these other, establishments under review?
Yes, sir. We had, at that time, we had already completed Club Legends and Big Daddy's Lounge. The one we were waiting on was the Sand Trap, which we did complete last month. And the Sand Trap, we went into an agreement with the owner there. The conditions at the location, there was no conceived pattern that we could see that they had their problems with. So we had to look at it from a wider perspective. The perspective is mostly related to incidents transpiring inside the establishment and it being controlled by the security inside the establishment. Inside of the agreement we had was, the first condition was have monthly trainings with staff on off days and times to review safety measures, identifying problems, conflict resolutions, and work expectations. The Marshal Division also indicated that they will also assist in those trainings in order to point out different methods of conflict resolution and things along those lines. Number two, it was have the internal officers to move more frequently about the establishment to observe improper behavior. By them moving around inside of the establishment a little bit more frequently, they can identify issues before they actually blow up. And by doing that, they can kind of control, or should I say, neutralize them before they actually turn into something. The third condition was to have off-duty police officers to keep the parking lot free of people hanging around. You know, it's a known factor that when people hang around in parking lots, things start to stem up over time. So in order to have the officers to make sure they clear the parking lot, when people coming in, they're gonna go in an establishment, do what they're there to do, and then when they leave, it's for them to actually leave the premises as a whole. And we feel that right there will help neutralize the problems outside. And then create ways to identify individuals that create incidents and to restrict their admittance. And what that was when they identify individuals who are actually starting issues inside of the establishment, to actually restrict them for a certain amount of time where they can't come into the establishment. And the message is that you can't, what you're doing here is not acceptable. So those were the four conditions that we went into agreement with the Sand Trap Lounge.
Paula, you did say that they will have two outside officers at all times during the time of operation, right?
They have more than two, yes, sir.
Okay, and that's police officer, right?
That's correct, sworn
Okay.
officers.
How will we know?
Well, we usually, when we're out, we make periodic checks and look at it, but for the most part, he have off-duty APD officers as well as SO officers, deputies.
Okay, but if a situation happened in one of these clubs, the AP officer cannot go inside, right?
Well, as far as the direction from the chief of police, I can't address that, but I can say if an incident transpires and the internal security officers request that the officers come in to assist, then the officers do go inside to assist.
And so they can assist in apprehending the arrest, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and so that's at the Legend, Big Daddy's, and the Sand Trap, right?
Yes, sir.
And you did say Legend decided that it was going to up the age limit from 21 to 27? I mean, from 21 to what, 26 or 25?
Yes, sir. They were going to increase the age limit from 21 to 25 for admittance to the club.
Okay. So, but they can still sell alcohol to a person 21 to 20, right?
Yes, sir. The law allows them to sell alcohol per individual is 21.
Okay. And you did say that at least, that all three of them said that they will have, sworn officer on the outside.
That's correct.
Okay, so then you're looking at approximately what, 6 officers at, two at each club, right?
Sandtrap has more than 2. They usually have 3 to 4, depending on what type of events that they're having. But their area is a lot larger, the parking lot's a lot larger, so they usually have more officers than Big Daddy's and Sandtrap have more officers than Big Daddy's and Club Legends.
Okay, and you did say that the fire department, your officers, that they will like monitor, when they reach a capacity, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The officers, if they determine that the maximum capacity is too much, at that point, they'll notify the fire department, and they'll take action from that point on. But they have the right to notify the merchant, the owner, and let him know that he's got to the point of capacity and it's a safety issue. And normally what happens is the owner will stop admitting people in before he let anyone else in, is to let people out. So they usually try to take action themselves without having the fire department come out, but the fire department is available to come out.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Fuller?
No further questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No further questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, Mr. Norman, so the way this process follows, all of these licenses expire December 31st?
That's correct.
So we have to take action between now and December 31st? Or
Yes.
And so is there any kind of automatic, if we don't take action, does our code allow them just to automatically roll over, or do we have to take definitive action?
We have to take action.
Okay. So these 3 you have listed here, Legends, Big Daddy's Lounge, Sandtrap, have they been under probation this year sometime?
Review, no, sir, they haven't been under review.
They've just been under review?
No, they haven't been under review this year, no, sir.
Okay.
But
they're
they
under
have been visited, part of the special operations, but they hadn't been under review, no, sir.
But they're under review currently?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if we wanted as a commission, it says, I was reading what Nathan sent us here a while back, if we wanted to suspend or revoke any license, that's at our sole discretion as a commission?
Yes, sir, as long as it fits up under the standards that's outlined inside of the ordinance.
That's right, so there would be a hearing or what have you?
That's correct.
Okay. And so one action item could be we renew every license that's listed except for these 3, and that would be an indication that we are proposing to revoke their license. Is that how this process would work, if that's the direction of the commission?
But yes, sir, we could seek review from council to make a determination whether these alcohol licenses should be revoked.
Okay.
Or not renewed.
So with these 3, why would we not revoke their license?
Well, at this point, they haven't gotten to the point where they are aggressively over. Each one of them have had some increase inside of their calls outside of the norm, which calls for concern that if they continue to go in that path, then there will be a problem. Not necessarily saying that there is a problem right now today.
Okay.
So in other words, it's a preventative measure because they're at the point that if they continue to go on in the manner they're going on, then they will be presented for revocation. So the city is interacting, trying to show that we're trying to help the merchants do the right thing to get the issues under control before we just automatically just jump out and take a revocation. And therefore it makes our foundation a lot more firmer against the establishments.
So how long are you proposing for these folks to be under review? 2 months, 3 months?
Well, the under review, the process is to start, and what we do is the things that they have inside of the agreement, we're going to monitor them currently at least once every month over the course of the first 3 months. But it would be monitored on these establishments throughout the year. So the review period for these establishments goes on throughout the year because the number of establishments, the number of incidents are based on the number for the year. So we will be monitoring these establishments under these conditions over the course of the year. So if for some reason that the numbers start to exceed beyond where they are now, then we will take action, take it before the city attorney, and determination whether to bring these applications back before this body to have them revoked, that be made at that time.
Okay. So could we renew these 3 for 3 months, or is the only option is to renew them for 12 months?
Well, the length of time on the license is 12 months.
12 months.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But like I said, if there is a problem, we would take these issues before the city attorney, and we'll lay out everything that we have, and determination whether or not the license reach enough information for revocation will be done. And then it doesn't matter what point through the year that happens. It just that the license blanket just allows them to continue to operate. But any time that we feel that one of these licenses should be revoked, we have the right to bring it to before this body at any time.
Okay. And so what I guess what I was trying to get to is we've called out these 3. The data shows that there's issues, that there's things you're communicating that. So what I'm trying to understand is how could we come alongside to support staff to raise the bar a little bit higher in terms of pressure or accountability, whether that's in 3 months, you're coming back to speak on their behalf, or in 3 months, they're coming to speak on their own behalf, so that, it's a different level of accountability. So I guess I was just in a work session trying to understand what we could or couldn't do just to raise the bar of accountability and the bar of expectations from this commission and from a public standpoint to say that we mean business. And I know that you mean business because this is what you do every day. But in terms of what we do at this table here is setting a tone of we mean business and we expect change quickly. So that was the genesis of my questions. It wasn't to subside or do something different from what you're doing, but it's to come alongside you and your staff to kind of turn the heat up a little bit more to expect change and improvements. So anyway, this was all really good information. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
Oh, yes, sir. You mentioned specifically Ward 1 and Ward 6, and I guess older buildings. When you're considering these older buildings and where they're located, I guess, are you kind of considering, I guess, some of the issues that they may bring to those neighborhoods? Number one of the things that I look at is number 9 on the list of things that we can decline an alcohol license for, which is the general character of the neighborhood. And when we're talking about general character of the neighborhood, I know that's kind of a wide subjective term, but as the neighborhood grows or the neighborhood changes over that particular time from the 70s or 80s, as you mentioned, somebody wants to come back and put the same thing, and they really don't want to clean up the business too much more than where it was back in the 70s or 80s, and they just want to kind of continue a low cost business plan that allows them to maximize their profit, but not really put into the neighborhood something of quality. What are your considerations about those type businesses? Even as far as, and I may you may have to be bounded by code or whatever, but what are your considerations about those particular businesses kind of coming up to standard?
Well, the first and foremost is the safety to the general public. As you said, the codes is put in place such as zoning. If anything changes in zoning, will it be allowed in that location? Whether the building is structurally safe by planning and by the fire department, that it is safe for human occupancy to go inside, it's not going to collapse or do any of those things like that, or have any violations where the faulty electricity or anything like that. So we're bound by utilizing the codes to make the determination whether those structures are going to be safe or not for them to go into.
So, I guess, is anything that, I guess, that you look at as far as?
Aesthetics or anything like that?
Right.
No, sir.
Okay.
Look for safety for the public.
Okay. And I guess you don't consider any zoning issues either, you know, i.e. I guess that was a food mart or something at 1209 East Residence, because I think you did recommend that one for approval, the one that's like right in the middle of a residential block.
Yes, sir. Before any application comes before this body here, it goes through planning, zoning, and the fire department.
Okay.
And we want to make sure that the intended use for the structure is still capable by our codes.
Okay.
So we want to make sure that's done first. Before I bring anything before this body, I want to make sure that all of those parameters are met before we come here.
So if they're met, you don't consider them?
If all of those things are met, then we come with a with a approval recommendation. If they're not, then we bring it to them, let them understand that what they're trying to do in that structure is not allowable.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Norman, you've got this broken down into 4 categories: person crimes, property crimes, society offense, and group B offense. What's a person crime?
Persons crimes are more along the lines of simple battery, those charges where a person is cited for warrants or things like that. I'm a little new to NIBRS, but from my understanding, that's what that actually covers.
Okay. Okay, can you just get it, what those 4 categories mean?
Yes, sir. The person's crimes is usually the crimes against individuals back and forth of usually known suspects. Property crimes, anything from theft by taking, damage to property. Society offenses are usually your drug offenses, and your group B offenses are things like your disorderly conduct, truancy, bad checks, things along those lines.
Okay. So, and property crimes could include burglary of the business, couldn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. So the first column, person crimes, is the only column that really has to do with physical altercations.
No, sir. Robbery, battery, simple battery, things like that. Some of your physical altercations can be covered up under your Group B offenses, such as disorderly conduct, when it's actually a fight or disagreement or disturbance or anything along those lines.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Norman. We
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
it.
Yes, sir.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem, yes.
question. Mr. Norman, back in our, this year, you said you was going to get a list of some of those 4 individuals that maybe tried to kill like 1209 East Residence. You said there was about 3 more others that was not grandfathered in, was implemented.
Yes, sir.
Can I have the list by, can we have the list by next, what is it, the 15th?
Yes, I think I can get my hands back on it. I sent it out back then, but I think I can recover it, and I have it ready for the 15th.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Norman. Anything else? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Norman.
Yes, sir.
Chief Scott, we appreciate your patience. Next item on the agenda is Fire Department's annual report. Good morning, Chief.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, our city manager. It's a great honor to be before you today to talk about the great work of the men and women of the Albany Fire Department. Appearing today to present to you a pre-alert. We're getting ready to release our first annual report. It actually is going to be a bit more than an annual report. It's going to take you back and give you a review from my arrival in June of 2018 to present. So we're excited to present that to you. It will be presented in a larger document, some 28 plus pages of information on the fire department and its activities. And so that will be coming to you in printed form very soon. I'm here today to give you an overview of that. And also to talk to you about the City of Albany engaged the public safety specialist as part of J.S. Hale to assess the Albany Fire Department. The assessment team was comprised of 8 PSS consultants, with each having extensive public safety experience and expertise. The report provided over 35 improvement opportunities. The improvement opportunities range from compliance with applicable standards to organizational structure and administrative functions, including inventory control. So since you will have the annual report in your hands very shortly, I am going to just kind of give you an overview of what you'll find in the annual report, but I'm going to spend most of the time today talking about our response to the PSS study that was done on the fire department in early 2018 and our response to those recommendations. In the annual report, you will see we will take a look at our budgetary summary, talk about something that we're very thankful for, our capital improvement projects that you've approved, our rolling stock, our R3M requests, which we're very grateful for in the fire department, and being able to implement some improvements in the department. Popped off the screen there momentarily. It's okay, I'm certainly prepared to continue to move forward, but okay, all right, fantastic. And so we'll take a look at the departmental wage and benefit analysis during the annual report. We'll talk also about some of the employee engagement initiatives that we put forward in the fire department. We're very excited about those. Two that I will mention very briefly, the pay equity panel that we put together. The panel was established to discern pay inequities within the ranks of the department. The panel was comprised of the fire chief, deputy fire chief, managing director of HR and risk, the finance, 911 communications manager, and one member of each rank within the department. The panel evaluated the pay of all individuals within the department with no discrepancies found. We also, as part of our engagement initiatives, we're very proud of this as well. Anytime new policies are put in place in the fire department, before that policy goes in place, we send a draft policy out to the entire department to take a review of it, give feedback to the department before we put it in place, to make sure that we have the employees' input on policies that we put in place. We're also in the annual report going to take a look at the service call comparative analysis. In 2019, we ran some 4,700 calls with a response time of 5 minutes, 18 seconds. The 911 Communications Center was very busy answering some almost 200,000 calls during that span of time. We've had numerous accomplishments within the department. Just only two I will mention that I think that are very critical. We implemented a new firefighter training hiring process to provide a standard for hiring firefighter trainee applicants and to provide a fair employment opportunity using both mechanical and cognitive skills. That process has resulted, and I'm very proud to announce to you that last month we brought on a class of 18 new firefighter recruits to the department. That policy is effective. It's a good tool to use to make the fire department available to people from all walks of life to get an opportunity to be a part of the fire department. Next is the look really at the PSS study. We call it a strategic work plan because it had both, things that we were interested in doing that we found in 2018 that were necessary to move the department forward. And it also addressed the PSS study concerns and recommendations. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I will point out to you some things that you will find in the report that you will see. We were able to put into place a promotional process in the department, promotional process that allowed for a fair, transparent process that has resulted in many, many promotions within the fire department, in both captains and lieutenants within the department, people promoted. I had the honor the other day, and I'm so proud of this, had the honor the other day of promoting a longtime employee of the fire department, lieutenant, longtime, his name is David Hancock. Lieutenant Hancock is now captain on the fire department. Israel Hancock has been in the department for many, many years. I had the honor of calling him, promoting him to the rank of captain. That is a result of this open process that's transparent and has produced great, great results for us. We also were able to implement an accountability system. Accountability system, you would think accountability in work, but this is an accountability system on the fire ground that makes sure that when firefighters are inside, that we're able to account for who's inside of the fire, who's outside, who's all on the scene. Many people have been on scenes and you see fire trucks everywhere. You wonder how are we keeping up with those people? Well, we put in an accountability system in place. We also put in place a recognition ceremony that had great results. Over 250 people, I believe, attended at the Civic Center for our first annual awards and recognition ceremony to recognize our employees for the fine work that they do. We also, as a result of our work plan and the PSS study, we implemented a program called the Mayday Firefighter Down Training. And we put this in place so firefighters are inside of a structure, and if they go down, we have a crew now that's outside, ready to go in, called a rapid intervention team. And all firefighters know the protocol now for a Mayday, when a Mayday is called and a firefighter is down, we're able to get in, get those firefighters out to safety. We also implemented specific training for special hazards. This is critical in our area because of our exposures. We've had training with fuel tanker incident training completed with Brad Lanier Oil, training tours completed at Magellan Fuel Farm, Clean Energy Fuel Farm, Lineage Logistics, the cold storage facility, and Transmontane Fuel Farm. In addition, the annual hazmat drill at Procter & Gamble was completed. Also, a disaster drill was conducted at Coates and Clark. We've implemented a new organizational structure and put in place the Fire Chiefs Advisory Meeting so that every month a different group of firefighters have an opportunity to sit down with the firefighter, sit down with the fire chief and talk about issues that are of concern to them. As a result of this PSS study, we've also implemented a safety officer program. We now have a dedicated safety officer on each shift now to oversee scenes for safety. These incidents get very dangerous environments. We now have someone in place to do that. We have 3 captains, 1 captain on each shift now that are looking over our safety. Also, of importance there, I will point out on this next page that we put in place a hazmat coordinator. And Assistant Fire Chief Reuben Jordan is now responding to incidents and coordinating our department's response to hazardous materials and our readiness there. The strategic plan is in place, and we've talking about that today, and we've been working our way through it. We also looked at our Special Operations Coordinator position. We have a lot of needs from the standpoint of search and rescue, and we've been able to complete those processes and begin to talk about how we move forward from that standpoint. Also, I want to bring to your attention the ISO possibilities there for us. When we came in 2018, we were right on top of an ISO review. We very quickly put an ISO liaison in place that led us through the process. We did it in-house, and I'm proud to report to you we've maintained our Class 2 ISO rating, this Insurance Service Office rating that we often hear about. One of the things that was pointed out to us is that our fit testing and breathing air testing needed to be updated. From the standpoint of you see the firefighters with the tanks on the back of on their backs when they're going in. We needed to test those and update them. We've been able to do that as well. Also, we've improved our training records management system. That was one thing that was pointed out in the study. And what we're so proud of is that we were able to get Target Solutions, which is a training process now that we have in place. It is done basically online, training that we're able to send out. We've been working with TAC to get this in place, and we put it in place so that training can be done now and records management can be maintained. I want to point your attention to project number 29. It was brought to our attention through this study that we needed to evaluate the cost benefit of medical response. Well, what we did is we went and sat down with Dougherty County EMS leadership to just talk about EMS response and what was the best way that the fire department can participate in EMS response. And at the end of the day, we are going to maintain our current direction and continue to support EMS efforts where possible, including cardiac arrest response and very valuable lifting assistance to them, helping them get patients in and out of the house or on the incident scene and into the ambulance. I want to, project number 30 is one that has came up and we've been working through that, and I wanted to bring that to your attention, coordinating our fleet needs. We had a conversation about buying engines and aerial trucks, and what we've started to do is we've evaluated that now, and I actually have meetings with the fleet director monthly now. Mr. Bednar and I sit down monthly and talk about our fleet needs and the things that the desires of the future of our organization. And then finally, here, and I'm going to stop here, just one other, 38 was to evaluate something called the hose tender versus the tanker operation. When I came in, that was a big deal that whether or not how we were going to provide water into the unincorporated areas where hydrants were not there. We came in and we've evaluated that process, and proud to say we went before the county commission and we've implemented tanker trucks, and that first tanker truck is going to be 3,000 gallons of water now being able to be delivered to scenes in unincorporated areas. So that is what you're going to read when you get this report, but it is a walkthrough from June 2018 to now, talking about accomplishments and the way we engage our employees and all the things that we're so very proud of in the fire department. So with that, I'll stop there and answer any questions you may have.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Chief, thank you for a detailed report, but I know there have been some concern that there's a huge disparity in pay equity in the fire department. And Mr. Mayor and to other commissioners, I think that as we move into 2021, we certainly need to do some more information about this pay equity and public safety. And I am of the opinion, Chief Scott and to the mayor and to the city manager, that 6% that we gave to public safety, that it should have been looked at other individuals that we lumped together as fire department also, along with public safety individuals. And I hope that next year that if a raise is going to be involved with public safety again, that the fire department should also participate in it also. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Fuller?
No questions. Thank you for your report, Chief.
Thank you,
Mr. Fletcher?
No questions, good report, sir.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, thank you, Chief, as well. Couple of topics I wanted to peruse with you.
Yes, sir.
So, staffing, I was glad to hear that you have 18 recruits. I'd heard that as an issue, I guess, in terms of being understaffed and possibly, I don't know if y'all are under mandatory overtime or something like that.
Yes, sir.
But, is it common to hire 18 at once versus, kind of having a steady flow of 3 to 5 every year? Or what was the reason for the backlog of hiring, and then all of a sudden we hire 18? Is that issue been resolved, or what?
Well, that's a great question. The number of people you hire, it varies. It could be a small class, it could be a large class, depending on how people leave, or if you get additional positions like we did. We actually were fortunate to get 6 new additional positions on top of the vacancies that we had in order to properly staff our units. But one of the reasons that the process of hiring took a tad bit longer is because we had a critical issue in the fire department that needed to be addressed. When I came in and looked at the system, it did not appear to be a system that opened itself to allowing just an average person that's working at a local establishment here in the city of Albany to have an opportunity to be a firefighter. I didn't see that from what we were doing. And so what I did is I sat down with Human Resources. I sat down with the city manager and talked about how can we make this hiring process more open to give just an average person opportunity like I did. No previous experience, someone working in a grocery store, a restaurant, or some other job to say, I want to be a firefighter. We put a process in place with the help of Human Resources, with finance, approval of our city manager. We have put in a process now, addressed it from the job description standpoint, that now you can become a firefighter, no experience required, and we'll train you. That is terrific. That's going to give people in this community an opportunity to have a great life, and those who want to be public service to serve others. So yes, I'll tell you, it took a little bit longer, but I'm proud of the result. And those 18 people that started, we're going to give them the right training to push them through to serve this community. I'm very, very proud of that.
So of those 18, how many fit the category you're talking about? That's the no experience, completely entry-level position. How many of those 18?
I would say the majority of them.
Really?
Yes, sir. The majority of them are no experience. We've had some people with varying experience, but majority of them no experience.
Okay. So you feel like going forward, you've got a process that you could do the 3 to 5?
Oh, yes.
Instead of
yes.
18?
That's right. The process is in place now, that all we have to do now is just reach out to HR and post the job. That's all we have to do now. We have it. The process is tested. It worked. Usually the number we usually try to stick to about 6 before we do. It takes a lot of effort to put on a training class, and usually 6 people are good. We can change out the exercises and the training routines well enough so that we can provide an effective training process. So 6 is really the magic number.
Okay. So this basically gets you to full budgeted staff?
With the this did not fill all of them. We still have 3 vacancies. We fill 18 with 3. We still have 3 vacancies on the books right now.
Okay. But definitely a lot better with the 18.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
That's
yes.
great. My other question, I know Commissioner Howard brought up pay, but really what I've heard more on the street or from random conversations or what have you, is not so much of the 6% that did or didn't. It was more of the perceived inequities within all the ranks. And so one of the concerns I have is I forgot the number that was told to me, 40-something grievances that were filed.
Yes.
Even in your write-up there, I think you had a pay inequity panel, but then from that panel, it was found that, I forgot how it was phrased.
No discrepancies.
Sir?
No discrepancies.
No discrepancies.
Yes, sir.
So there just seems to be a difference of if this level of grievances, and then there was a panel, so there's a feeling that there are grievances, but yet we're saying, no, there's not, no, there's not, no, there's not. At some point, when are we gonna get the two together to either meet in the middle or make some it feels like on one hand we're hearing there's grievances, and then we hear, no, there's not. And I'm just trying to, how do we piece that together, or do we piece it together? Or are we confident in the direction that we're going?
Well, I think that the panel itself, I had the opportunity to be able to watch that process. We had the finance director and the managing director of HR. I saw the finance director actually sitting down and going through the numbers, and after everything was reviewed, there was just simply no inequities found from the review process that we set out to do, now that I was a part of. Now, secondly, there's another issue that is at play that is not specifically tied to this. It is the continued discussion about the 6% that was given, that clearly the fire department was not involved in that 6%. That has created, an issue in the fire department that simply will not go away until it's addressed. And so, and when I say addressed, that simply means why? Why was this the case? Why was this the direction? I'm tasked with leading the organization, but the only thing I can simply say is that the direction of the city during that process was that 6% was given to police. Fire is a part of public safety as well. I cannot provide any further explanation beyond that. Secondly, there is the idea then that there are people holding ranks within the fire department, more tenured people who are making more, simply making less than others are making. Employees are making more than their supervisors. These are the kind of concerns that are out there that, quite frankly, after being on part of this panel, I found that that these kinds of things, this is not just specific to the fire department, where you have people making more than some other person, and even making more than their supervisor, for example. So these are the kind of issues that when we take a look at those grievances and reviewing that, it is those kinds of people making more than someone else, more tenured people, supervisors making less than their subordinates, so on and so forth.
Right, so do you see a process to correct that? I mean, are y'all working through a process to correct those, those inequities, I guess, or what have you?
Well, I don't think I'm in a position to expound on. On that, I think what we'll have to do is have to then go back to the city manager for guidance on how to approach pay issues, which will, of course, I, as a department head, do not make recommendations for pay for raises in the fire department. So what I would do is go back, continue to talk to the city manager about the issues, the concerns in the fire department, and then develop a plan from there to direction based on the city manager's leadership and guidance.
Okay. All right. Good. Thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chief, for all you do. I just had a question. You said there were no issues as far as the pay equity study?
Yes.
I guess, did the pay equity study, did it flesh out the issue with I guess, the discrepancy in pay for people who were being supervised versus their subordinates? That wasn't a part of that study?
No, sir. This was looking at specifically an individual. You bring an individual forward, and the individual says that I'm making, I guess it's kind of tied to it a bit, because if you look at an individual's pay and you follow them through their raises, since they're coming in, their raises, and the finance director kind of walked us through that. So you look at it and you say, has this person missed a raise? Did they not receive the correct percentage, so on and so forth? And at the end of the day, when you walk through those steps, if you don't find no discrepancies found, then now you'd have to go back then to, and if you do that for each person that's brought forward, then at the end of the day, you'll have to say, okay, where is the discrepancy? So once all that is looked at and you don't find a discrepancy there, then you say, okay, well, what is the issue? Well, the issue then becomes an issue of based on a principle or that is in place that says that I, as a subordinate, should not make more than my supervisor. So it's not backed up by, so what we found is, and what was presented to us is, not founded based on someone missing a step or missing a percentage or so on and so forth, but rather getting back to a position of just taking a posture that regardless of no missteps, I, as a subordinate, should not make more than my supervisor. Or do you see? So this kind of study would not bring out that. It only brings forward the facts. This is a fact-based mission that did not yield, at the end of the day, a solution to the problem that you just laid out.
Well, I do think, I guess pay compression is a part of that, unless somebody tells me differently. Pay compression is a part of that whole, deal when you're talking about, I guess, even when you're talking about equity, when you're talking about, because you assume that if somebody has moved up in rank, they also move up in pay. So how does it happen when somebody passes somebody else in pay, but they don't pass them in rank? So I guess I'm just kind of trying to figure out how, how that study was conducted where we didn't find any issues, but we still have that situation, and maybe that's a question for staff to answer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I would, in getting into the details of it, I'd have to get finance to present and to be able to walk you through how those steps would, how an individual receives a pay throughout the years. Someone could have gotten a 1%, or 2%, or at this year, and so you have to walk through those things. But at the end of the day, the exercise though was very enlightening for me, at least, because what it showed is it took an employee, and they gave us names. We allowed people to tell us names and so on and so forth of these people who to compare. But you look at it, and we will walk through this, as I mentioned. Mr. Bryant walked us through it, and when you don't see an individual not missing any raises, not missing any steps, they got the percentage, so on and so forth, and so what you have to do is you have to place these side by side. For example, you have a factual presentation by the finance director that walks you through the steps of an individual that does not reveal any discrepancies. But yet, on the other side, you have a belief, I guess I would say it that way.
Rationale.
A rationale that says that regardless of what, no steps missed, I'm saying to you that a supervisor making less than a subordinate is it's untenable. It is unacceptable. Or someone more tenured in a position, you have a new person comes into the position, now makes more than that person. So, for example, you have someone that said, I'll give an example. I've been a lieutenant for 3 years, and you just promoted a lieutenant that's been a lieutenant 1 day, and that lieutenant makes more than me. Lieutenant who's been in that position for 2 years said, I have issue with that. Okay, now they have issue with it, but then you do the exercise does not yield that. So you have to say, what then is the position? Is the position of the city going to be that regardless of how long an individual has been in a position, we're not going to have supervisors make less than their subordinates? You see, that goes to a policy, not a factual presentation of numbers. It then yields itself to a policy decision on whether or not you want to approach it that way. And it's the same thing with Commissioner Warrington and I just discussed a moment ago. It is fire is public safety. Okay? Fire and police are public safety. 911 is public safety. Okay? We are the public safety department. So when you start breaking that out and you say, so where is the comparison there? And so that's when we start talking about one group received 6% and another part of public safety did not. So you have a factual presentation versus an idea or a position that says that I don't think that's right. You see.
Well, and I guess I don't want to conflate the two issues, because I think, you know, I do think there are some differences between fire safety and police safety in terms of what they do that may, you know, have a bearing on how those pay scales work out. But I just want to make sure we understand that, and I know you understand this for you, that, you know, those pay compression issues do lead to issues such as, you know, morale problems and issues for you as far as, you know, supervision and those things. So we definitely want to make sure that those are being fleshed out and we trying to solve them. But I appreciate everything you do, Chief. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Just the 6% pay increase for police officers, I've been asked the question before. Traditionally, firefighters are included in the description of public safety, and what my answer is frankly, we're significantly understaffed in our police department. We had to do something. We're losing officers. We continue to lose officers. I understand now that that's a problem throughout the country. But the second thing was we had empirical information that our police officers were making less than officers in comparable agencies. What I think we need to do is have a similar study for our firefighters. I have one gentleman that works with the fire department. It resonated with me because he wrote a letter and he explained, my supervisor's making less than I am. Well, usually when people are complaining, it's this coworker is making more than I am. And I appreciated the fact that he was explaining the problem that has just been identified. As the chief said, you have more tenured officers making less than other officers, some subordinates making more than their superiors. That's a structural problem. And if it didn't show up in the disparity study, I would think it would have. But that's something we need to fix. The issues of morale, I think generally two factors that are always going to come up with morale are compensation and working conditions. And if we're short-staffed and we have this mandatory overtime, that's going to wear down on folks, and hopefully that's going to be addressed. Let me ask a question, Chief. Firefighters are certified by the state, isn't that correct?
Indeed, yes.
Okay, so when we say a certified firefighter, how many budgeted certified firefighters does your department have?
We have 157 allocated positions in operations, the people who you actually see going out to fight the fires.
Okay,
now,
so that wouldn't be your administrative staff, clerical staff?
No.
Okay.
Now, we do have people who are certified who are not in the operations area as well, because the only people who are not certified are those administrative people. Everyone else in the department is certified. So only I guess we'd say all but 3 people are certified. So
Okay.
just the administrative people.
So that's 157 positions, and does that include the chief, the assistant chief,
That
Mr.
does
Harris?
not. That does not. We're only talking about the operational people who you see responding to fires. Those are the operational people. We have 157 assigned there, and it'll take me a moment to count up the number of people in administration
That's
and
okay,
training.
So in our, what do we have, 7 fire stations?
You have 7 in the city and 4 in the county. We have 11.
11
total.
fire stations, okay.
Yes.
So in those 11 fire stations, you have 157 budgeted positions for firefighters who, once that bell sounds, they're going to get on that truck and go.
Yes.
Okay.
And those 157 are spread across 3 shifts now.
Okay.
So we have 3
I
shifts.
just have received some communication, and this is a problem that I think we need to address ourselves, and I'm not criticizing you, Chief, because this is a pay system you didn't set up, but clearly we have a problem, and we need to recognize and address that problem. And the other thing is, I would like some comparative study of what our officers make with comparable cities. And I do know, having been through this before, that city staff comes back and says, well, you're comparing apples and oranges with the city of Albany and Columbus. I said, what do you mean by that? Well, in Columbus, their officers have to serve 25 years before they retire, and in Albany, get retirement at 20 years. Or in Columbus, if officers want to insure their families, they have to pay 75% of the premium, when in Albany, the city pays 75%. So I know there are going to be some variables that impact it, but I would like to see that type of information so we can determine what, if any, increase in pay for the firefighters would be appropriate to bring them in line with comparable cities. And there again, that's the basis of the 6%. And I just, and I want to commend you for these hires, because I think maybe some of the frustration has to do with working conditions and mandatory overtime that's necessitated. We've got to have firefighters. They can't decide when they come in to work. But I appreciate that, Chief.
Mayor, can I respond?
I thought you were talking. Yes, ma'am.
The study of you all had asked about that before, and we have retained a firm, and so they have been provided with our data, so that work is ongoing. And if I might, we certainly can provide you more detail, but one of the things that happens, particularly in the fire department, it's not unique to us, is tenure often matters. And so what happens sometimes is you have a person at a lower rank that elects not to be promoted. And so they may be in their rank for 15 years at that rank, and choose not to go to the next rank. And what will happen is perhaps you have somebody else whose trajectory is just much faster, and they kind of click through the ranks as soon as they're eligible. And so what happens is their pay may not be as high as somebody who is long tenured, and at a lower rank, and we have that all over the city. So if you all are starting to look at, in every instance, a supervisor should make more than everybody who is subordinate to them, that's going to have a tremendous impact. The other thing you should be aware of is previous policy. We've had different policies over time. And at one time, one of the policies was pay increases were allocated to certain certifications, special certifications that were attained. And there are some officers who chose to get multiple special certifications and it increased their salary, and others did not. So those were some of the things that came out when the study was done. So if you're a young officer, you've done numerous certifications, you've promoted quickly through the ranks by choice or whatever the mechanism was, your pay may be significantly higher than another person who has decided to stay at a lower rank and who has not done all those certifications. So what I think the chief was trying to say when he said there were no discrepancies is basically there were reasons why these pay differences were discovered. So, certainly a professional third party doing the study will provide you with a proper assessment done by a third independent party. But I just wanted to make you aware of there are different reasons why you'll see discrepancy in salary, and we have 1,100 people, so just be aware that you could be opening a Pandora's box.
Any questions for the city manager? Mayor Pro Tem? No questions. Commissioner Fuller?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yes, actually, I was going to interrupt you, Mayor. I wanted to say one more thing to the chief, and I don't remember any of us saying that I'm about to say, and I apologize, but I wanted to recognize you for what you've done this year as our EMA director for COVID, and you have been at the tip of the spear every day. I know you've had voices from the mayor to the chairman, to the county administrator, city, man, you've had all these voices, and you're the one holding the ship, and I appreciate that, and the amount of stress that you've had 24/7 being our EMA director during COVID is phenomenal. I appreciate that, and we can't tell you enough, just the confidence that you've exuded to the public and all the press conferences that you've led. Just really appreciate what you did this year for COVID. So I apologize I didn't say that earlier, but I wanted to bring that up and recognize you and thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's very kind of you, and it's an honor to serve.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No further comment.
Commissioner Young?
No further questions. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. I just need to echo what Commissioner Warmington said. I think he speaks for all of us, and we appreciate him recognizing you for what you've done.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a recommendation to enter into a contract for engineering and design services for downtown streetscape with Wood Environmental and Infrastructure Solutions. It looks like there was a PAG that reviewed 6 proposals, and they have recommended this firm. Ms. Fields, are you speaking first, or Ms. Gaskins, or Mr. Forgy?
I can speak first, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
This bid was advertised in the Herald, on the Channel 16, on the city website, the Georgia Procurement Registry. You are correct that 6 firms submitted proposals, and they were evaluated by a PAG consisting of a mixed group. It had downtown manager and persons from planning and development, and Thelma Johnson, Robert Griffin, and the Attica chairman. So we had a nice cross-section. They negotiated with Wood because, as you know, this professional services are done according to the Brooks Act, and when you deal with the Brooks Act, you cannot hire based on price. You have to hire based on qualifications. So once they determined that Wood was the top firm, they negotiated with Wood, and the amount that they've come up with is $714,498. I want to point out that the fiscal impact, the funding source, what you see down there, those numbers were the budgeted numbers. What is actually going to happen is the grant amount to be paid is $571,598, and the city will pay $142,900. And Ms. Gaskins is available to answer any more questions.
Ms. Gaskins, do you have anything to add?
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commission. Just here to answer any questions about any of the information that we provided. As Ms. Fields has said, we've applied for a GDOT TAP grant to do streetscape improvements for the downtown area. The areas that we're targeting include 7 areas. As you see in your proposal, there is 500 linear feet for North Front Street, Pine Avenue to Broad Avenue, and the areas go all the way up to South Jackson. We have also provided for you a copy of the proposed map, or the map for the proposed area. And we also have on the line this morning Ron Huffman from the organization that we are recommending that you guys consider this morning. And he's available to answer any questions as well.
Good morning, Mr. Huffman.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Hadn't seen you in a while.
It has been a long time. It sure has.
Do you have anything to add, Mr. Huffman?
Well, no, just thank you. As you know, I've been working with the county for many years on Radium Springs, and I think this would be a great opportunity to work with you guys in the city. Been looking forward to it for years, actually, to have a chance to work with you in the city again. It is a grant program, it's a matching program, so I assume the funding is it's 80%, I think, DOT and 20% the city. The focus is the streetscape on, Pine Avenue, Front Street, Broad Street, Washington, and Jackson. It's pieces of all those. It's not the complete streets. It's two blocks on Jackson, 2 blocks on Pine, 1 block on Front, 1 block on Broad, 1 block on Washington. But I don't, happy to answer any questions you have. We have 2 DBE subcontractors as well that'll be working with us. One is, the name of the firm is Platinum Geomatics. They'll be handling the surveying. And the other DBE subcontractor is Edwards Pittman Environmental. They'll be handling the historic preservation and all the environmental clearances and paperwork required by GDOT. The other questions we typically hear is, how long will this take? And this is a new program, TAP is brand new by GDOT, and the schedule that we're asked to follow is 24 months, starting now to bidding on the project, which may sound like a long time, but for GDOT projects, that's actually pretty fast.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. Mayor Pro Tem, any questions for Ms. Gaskins, Ms. Fields, or Mr. Huffman?
Ms. Field, good morning, or good afternoon. This firm out of Alpharetta, Georgia, Woods, have we done some work with them before?
We have done work with Ron Huffman. We don't think we've done work with Wood, but we did check references, and all references gave us positive feedback.
Okay. And do you have any past performers of other cities that they have done work in?
We had 4 references that were checked, and it's from different cities that they had worked in.
Okay. And just for clarification, this other one, Cake and Wood, that's old Bruce Maple firm, right? He was involved with the firm about 20 years ago?
That's the one he was part of, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fuller?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions. I'm excited about seeing it come together. Thank you very much, sir.
Commissioner Warmington?
Mr. Huffman, so what is the basic scope of, so if I'm looking at one typical street or block, is this going to be all new sidewalks, all trees come up, new trees come in, bike racks, benches? Is that the scope of work that you're designing?
It's a little bit, and the simple answer is yes, but it's a little more complicated than that, because you have portions of Pine Avenue's already been repaved, you already have some new sidewalk, you actually have some very nice trees in places. So the big picture, sure, we're gonna look at all of that on every street, but it's highly likely that we're gonna preserve some existing sidewalk in places. We're not gonna repave stuff that's only a year or 2 old. If you've got some good, healthy trees, we'll leave those, but part of our task will be to develop a consistent look for all the streets. So regardless of what we keep, we're gonna try to get everything to look as part of the same design theme or character. Not trying to be obtuse, just trying to let you know, we're trying to be prudent with the dollars here too, and there's no point in tearing up a perfectly good sidewalk.
Yeah, certainly.
But then there's others that we need to do, a complete repaving or replacement for sure.
So what level of public involvement will there be as you design? Will you have several public meetings or Q&A or asking for input on?
Yep, we will. We actually recommended several things. We're going to, we definitely are planning to hold public meetings, planning to hold public open house. We have a unique system that we developed specifically for COVID-related public meetings. So we have a virtual open house template that's pretty fun. We shared that with the committee. So we're going to use that. We also, I think it's really important based on past experience that we have an opportunity to talk with the merchants one-on-one that might be impacted by improvements outside their front door. So that's all included in the scope as well.
Okay. And I guess this question is for Ms. Gaskins. So this particular grant is for design. Is the construction grant, has it been awarded?
It has not. As a matter of fact, when we first submitted the application, we submitted it for everything. As Mr. Huffman has said, this is a pretty new grant opportunity. What GDOT decided to do is that they have awarded funds in the preliminary engineering and design phase initially. So we're going to complete that phase of it, and once we've completed that phase of it, we will go back and then ask GDOT for funds for construction. As noted too by Ms. Fields, if you will see when we initially applied for the grant, when you look down at your agenda item, you will see the fiscal impact. You'll see those dollars amount are a little bit different from the actual proposal. So what you will probably also hear from us, what will happen next is if you guys approve this, staff will take it back to GDOT for approval. And what we will also ask them, we'll have a discussion about seeing if we can add additional space, linear square feet, to improve other areas for funds not currently being obligated in the grant or the contract proposal.
Yep, well, that led right in my next question. So I know some of these other grants we've talked about where you write the grant for a specific area, but once awarded, you can deviate. Can you deviate from what the grant areas were written for, or?
No, sir, we can't deviate. What's a little bit different about this is that when we wrote the grant, what the city of Albany was actually awarded was $680,000 with a $170,000 match. So since we are coming under that budgetary number, we're going to go back to GDOT to say, since you've already approved in your budget $680,000, and what we're probably going to propose is adding Broad. There's a linear area on Broad Avenue that we really need to address. If you remember, we actually included it in our bill grant, which was not awarded. So what staff will do is recommend that we go back and include that area in this particular scope of work, but we can't deviate from what's been approved.
Okay, well, you just answered that question too. I was going to say, could we pull some project out of the bill grant that we didn't get to include it in here? So you're already thinking probably Broad would be the area that would be the most likely to get approved, possibly because it is kind of connected to this work here.
Yes, sir. And of course, that'll have to be approved by GDOT, but I feel pretty certain that since we're not going over the budget, that they will guide us in terms of the steps that we need to implement to do that. Of course, we understand that the grant amount from them will not exceed the $680,000. And of course, the city would be responsible for the 20% match.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
I just, Ms. Subadan, now, the downtown is within that area that you have the federal funding for to place the utilities underground, isn't it?
Most of that is the Sandy Bottom Circuit, which is, let's see, make sure I get it right. It's going to be north of this. There may be a little bit of overlap down here, but I doubt it. Most of that is serving a little part of downtown, but mostly the area that's in the medical district.
Okay. Well, let's find out. And also, you know, this could be coordinated with installing underground utilities downtown. I don't know if there's funding for it or what, but obviously there would be substantial advantages with that, wouldn't it?
We already have some underground in downtown, but yes, you know, anytime we can refresh our infrastructure, that's always a consideration. You know, I just want to make sure you all understand this portion of the grant is for design. And so what Ron Huffman will do is bring back their design elements with the community input and give us plan, that we then have to go to GDOT for approval. But anytime we look at, sidewalk replacement, we do look to see if there's an opportunity for us to put conduit in the ground. If we put conduit in the ground and we later want to put fiber, then we have a mechanism to do so.
Well, I mean, what's going on at Sandy Bottom, though, that's electrical wires as well, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it's conduit for both.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's what, I mean, I'd hate to turn around in 6 years and say, well, we need to go underground with our electrical wires downtown, and this is the benefit. Obviously, I think there's some aesthetic advantages. The other thing is downtown's about to request or proceed with a master plan. Isn't that correct, Ms. Gaskins?
That is correct, yes, sir. We currently are advertising the request for proposal. We are going to be, the deadline for those requests for proposals is December the 30th.
Okay, so how is the design work going to be coordinated with the master plan? Just explain that for me.
Yes, sir. Whenever you read the request for proposal, one of the requirements is that they have to include the streetscape preliminary designs that's being proposed. As a matter of fact, there are about 20 plans that are identified in the request for proposal, and any consultant that is interested in getting that information as they prepare their proposal, we are providing that information to them. We actually had our pre-bid conference on the request for proposal for the master plan last week and had over 26 people in attendance of that meeting, so it's certainly showing some great interest for people who are interested in the master plan. What we're interested in doing is basically taking the data that we currently are working on and some of the data that we have in our inventory to make sure that the consultants look at that and consider those areas as well as they go forward with not only the streetscape project, but our master plan efforts as well.
Well, what I'm saying is, how would this be coordinated with whatever design plan Keck and Wood comes up with? I mean, does whoever prepares the master plan, do they understand that we have this project ongoing and that we are designing streetscapes that might conflict or not be compatible with whatever the master plan is? Or do they understand that they're going to be restricted by this design?
Yes, sir. They understand that. As I said, there's language in the request for proposal, but what we will also do as a precautionary effort is whenever we do have the conversations and the interviews with the consultants is that we will make sure that they understand that's a requirement. Going back to the question that somebody asked, I think Commissioner Warmington asked about the public hearing and public input for the streetscape. That was one of the things that the consultants had to answer. They had to include public information, public input sessions as a requirement to participate in the program. And we'll do the same thing for the master plan and for streetscape. I think Mr. Huffman understands the importance of making sure that the two are certainly in unison as we go forward.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gaskins.
Thank you, sir.
Next item on the agenda is a request to authorize the city manager to transfer title to certain vehicles deemed surplus. Ms. Fields?
Yes, sir. This is an requirement, it's a particular requirement every year for the commission to authorize the city manager or her designee to sign off on the title when we're selling vehicles and equipment. So this is in preparation of 2021.
Okay. How many vehicles do we usually dispose of in it? This is throughout the calendar year, correct?
Correct.
And do you know how many vehicles we usually deacquisition in a year?
I can't give you that number, but I can tell you it's a lot. I do a lot of title signing.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, any questions for Ms. Field?
No question.
Commissioner Fuller?
Yes, Ms. Fields, will these be sold on gov deals, or how will these be disposed of?
They are sold on GovDeals. It follows a normal process. We just need to have the commission's approval to sign the titles once we've done that.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warrington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Next item on the agenda is a proposal to enter into a lease with Greyhound, I guess for the First Tee building, is that correct, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have the floor, Mr. Hamilton.
Okay, thank you. As you know, the old Greyhound station was demolished earlier this year, and that demolition forced Albany Transit and Greyhound to move into the First Tee facility behind the Civic Center. And so what we're proposing is enter into a temporary agreement with Greyhound to lease 110 square feet of office space at the First Tee. This will be a temporary agreement that will be in effect until the new transportation center is constructed. Once that center is constructed, we will come back before the commission with a new proposal. After we negotiate with Greyhound, we'll come back before the commission with a new lease proposal. So we're just asking permission for the city manager to enter into a temporary lease agreement with Greyhound at the First Tee location.
Did you have anything to add, Mr. Davis?
No, sir. Just from a technical standpoint, it provides for 3 years. I'll call it maximum, and hopefully less time. Then the new lease would come and be back in front of y'all.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
So, Mr. Hamilton, if you expect to break ground in February, was it a 15-month project? Is that what the?
It's 14 to 16-month project.
Okay, I was sort of in the range. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, any question?
No question.
Commissioner Fuller?
No, sir, no questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warrington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. City manager's update?
Thank you, Mayor. Before we go into my update, is there consensus on putting any of these items on the consent agenda for next week? I mean, next meeting, which is the 15th? So for example, that last item, it seemed like there wasn't a lot of discussion. Can we put that on consent?
Yes, ma'am, and I believe that nobody had any questions about the authority to sign the titles.
How about streetscape?
Does anybody have any, need to hear any more? Yes, ma'am.
All right. The encroachment with GDOT, also for the transportation center.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, anybody have any, need any further information on that?
All right, I will be sending out my report as usual, but I specifically wanted to take a minute to talk about the task force initiative and kind of run through, you know, we'll be providing you with an updated report on your status across the board, but you have 6 task force initiatives. All of them pretty much had a suspense date of yesterday, meaning I think all but one, I guess we were very ambitious with a 60-day time frame. And so I wanted to bring that in front of you so that you could determine if you want a 60-day extension on each task force. You know, my job as it relates to the task force is to kind of help to support it, staff it, give you all the information, do research, bring information back, and also to kind of help keep them on track the best way we can. And one thing that's obvious is that the original target date was a little more ambitious than maybe we thought. So do you want to go through them individually, or do you want to just sort of do a blanket 60 days or 90 days across the board? And we will be providing a more comprehensive report on the status of each of the task force initiatives in the coming weeks.
Is anybody, what's the feeling on that? I would be of the opinion we ought to have the various committees meet and decide how long the members of the committee will think they need to go forward. But, Mayor Pro Tem, any thoughts, or you want to take the next week or two to?
The next week or two, come back at 15.
Okay, Commissioner Fuller?
Yes, I'd be okay with determining on the 15th on, what extensions for each committee.
Okay, Commissioner Fletcher?
I'm okay with that.
Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Warburton?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Commissioner Langstaff?
That's fine.
Commissioner Young?
That's fine.
Okay, good. Anything else? Ms. Subadan?
Sorry, I just wanted to confirm, what do you want us to do?
We're going to let you know in 2 weeks.
Okay, all right. And,
That'll give the,
and in the meantime,
I don't think there's anything prohibiting the committees from meeting. Then we can discuss it. Maybe some committees need another 60 days, and maybe some of us are about ready to wrap up what we're doing, so.
all right, great. Mayor, that was everything I had. Just wanted to, in case you didn't remember, we need an executive session.
Today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me go forward with any other matters or items for the future agenda, Mayor Pro Tem?
Mayor, I have a concern, and I think that we need to have the chief to come before, and the reason why I say so is that as of the last week or several days of the two killing that ended up taking place out there off Lockett Station, we probably need to put our heads together and come up with some type of stakeholder meeting with interfaith ministers, state business leaders, community leaders, church faith-based organization, and a lot of nonprofit organization, and see what can we do as a city to help to prevent some of these crimes from taking place and all, because as it doesn't have no geographic boundaries and all that, and it's spreading throughout the whole city. And I am of the opinion is that we just can't continue to go on this way with 18 killings, and this is the 11th, no, this is the 12th month, and they all been so young and not even begin to live. So I'm concerned as a commission that we just need to call leaders throughout the community and just say, we got a problem and we need to discuss it and see what can we do as a group rather than as individuals. That's it.
Commissioner Fuller?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Nothing.
Mr. Warburton?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the item we kind of left with the city manager about recreation that I'd like to see as a future agenda item. The end of her conversation about, I don't know if staff needs to bring or seek out proposals for the recreation master plan, or is that something we need to take action on December, Ms. Subadan, or is that something you need more time to bring something to us in January for a future item?
I think if there's a consensus, we can go ahead and draft a RFP. And the timing is up to you. I would rather do it sooner rather than later. So once you have that RFP results in front of you, then you can make an informed decision on whether you want to spend the money to do that and if it's worth it. Because in the meantime, we're sort of on hold, especially with Bill Miller. So, I think if there's agreement, at least we can go ahead and draft the scope and put it on the street and bring something back. And perhaps when we have our winter retreat, the mayor talked about setting aside time. Perhaps you'll have some results in front of you that you can then discuss and prioritize at that time.
Yes, I would propose what she just said, that we go ahead and get it out on the street, and, because after the next meeting is the holidays, and next thing you know, we're in January, so I would prefer to have it sooner than later, would be my recommendation. So I don't know how you want to handle that, Mayor, but that would be my proposal on the table, is the pursuit of what she just described.
I guess could we just have an agenda item, conditional item on the 15th?
Sure.
Okay. Anything else? Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I would like to, I guess, possibly get the attorney, city attorney, to take a look at our process that was following the alcohol licensing vote for the Jefferson Street business. As I look back at the record, what I did find out was that, as I said on the previous vote, it was a regular meeting that I made a motion to deny the alcohol license with Commissioner Warbington's second motion, but that particular vote was stopped. And we, I guess, subsequently did not hold a hearing for that particular location. So I want to look at the rules, because what we're basically doing is kind of disenfranchising residents by doing that, by not hearing their voices or allowing them to come and speak to a situation. And I think that the scales, because of the way the ordinance is written, the scales are basically tipped in the favor of, business owners, because if a business owner gets denied, he gets an appeal, he gets a way to, overcome whatever, whatever interests are of the community. But if the community gets a acceptance votes for these alcohol licenses, then there's no appeal, there's no anything, and that has been the case moving forward, especially with the location on South ML King that we had last year in 2019, and that's something that we need to look at as a commission, to make sure, first and foremost, the community is heard and their voices are heard, rather than just, kind of upholding the interests of business people, especially business people who don't live in the community, and are, want to bring things that the community doesn't want. So I'd like the city attorney to take a look at that and see what we can do to kind of tilt those back in the other direction, or at least allow an equitable chance for both parties to be heard on those issues. I also like to, again, I think this is something that the Mayor Pro Tem has brought up before, is I think we need to really take a look at instituting a moratorium on alcohol licenses until we can get a standard procedure, a standard kind of process in doing these things, because I know we think we're going by the letter of the law, going by the rules, but basically we're just kind of coming up with justifications to do something, make political decisions about something that affects our community gravely, and when we talk about, shootings and killings and crime and things of that nature. We really have to consider these decisions a lot better than we are. So if we, you know, do that, I think we'll be doing what we can. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem just said, what do we need to do as a city? I think that's what we need to do as a city. That's what we can do as a city. Look at what we're doing to, you know, either exacerbate or improve the conditions of people's crimes. Crimes are committed mainly in areas where there is poverty, where there is a mentality of lawlessness. A lot of times, and the research goes to show it, that where you find these places is where these alcohol outlets are. And I keep saying that over and over and again, and I'll keep saying it until somebody, you know, actually listens, and we need to, you know, figure out what our responsibility is as a commission to not create these situations in the community. So if we could put that on the agenda, Madam City Manager, to discuss the alcohol moratorium, and if you know, Attorney Davis would, you know, I'd like to have him take a look at the ordinance, because I think I remember you mentioning that the ordinance was written that, you know, and I still don't have, I guess, a clear understanding of why we can't have a hearing necessarily before a denial, or why can't, you know, citizens either appeal an approval. It seems like, you know, both decisions ought to be able to be appealed, or an approval or a denial. But I just want to take a look at that. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. I would ask that Mr. Davis, what I'd mentioned, if we could, a 3x5 sign or something, when you have a zoning request, you know, I think it would be fair to have some notice to the general public like that. It's been established that the only notice is in the paper. Most citizens aren't going to read the legal ads, and I mean, I certainly would support requirement anytime that there's an application for an alcohol license or a transfer, that the applicant be required to publish that notice, and therefore the public would have an opportunity to be heard. If we could draft an ordinance like that.
Yes, sir, and I'm already working on also increasing the ad that goes in the paper. I would suggest we do both at the location, as well as a maybe even what I call a tombstone, to use that term, tombstone ad that has bold around it, so it's not buried in with the classified ads. I think that would help get it out also. Sure.
Well, I mean, it probably would help, but I mean, I still don't think you're going to have a lot of people that read the legal ads. Secondly, Ms. Subadan, this is not an either-or thing. The second work session in January, let's look to getting these recreation plans. If you'll give some staff to work with me, we'll pull up these plans and make them available, just so that the commission has backgrounds about what occurred, what the expectations of the community were, and what happened in conjunction with those two master plans. And there was a modification of the first master plan that was never realized. But that's what, if you could have somebody call me after Christmas, we can get together, and I have most of the plans and got multiple copies of some of them, but we can circulate. That'll give us plenty of time to get the presentation together and circulate the copies to all the commissioners. And it's my understanding we need to have an executive session?
Mayor?
Yes.
We do.
Before going to executive session, can Ms. Subadan give us an update, or a written update about those apartments, that those 850-some tenants?
Oh, my goodness.
That we need to do something ASAP, because
excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem. Does all the commissioners understand what's happened here? We have we have an apartment complex that's what's called a master meter, and unfortunately the owner of the complex, more than one apartment complex in the city has not been paying their bills. WGNL, after numerous requests, I think, discontinued service, and of course, then Mayor Pro Tem got numerous calls from residents wanting to know what was going on, but it's my understanding, Subhadan, correct me if I'm wrong, that the utilities are included in the rent, so these tenants aren't billed directly. And we have somebody who owns substantial rental property in town that has a contract with the city and has in substantial arrears. But with that background, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and the reason why I say, Ms. Subhadan, you know, I'm not one of those that want to go to the news media, but the issue of this important, we need to, because several of those apartment units is in my area, and I will tell you one is the Hidden Oak, and it is so dark up there now you can't even see your hands in front of your face. And if something does not happen, if they do not cut those lights on in the foyer or in the parking lot, we are looking for a catastrophic situation to happen during this month, because it is horrendous dark up in there. And the bad part about it, in all those apartments, you have a entourage of mental health patients that reside up in there. And one of the key components of what sparks mental health issues is that they are fearful of dark and they're fearful of the police department. So we need to make this person an apparatus do something. We can't cut the lights off of 800-some tenants, but we certainly need to do something to make him bring his, cut those lights back on.
So the lights are on?
Yeah, the lights are not cut off. The master meter is predominantly for water. The majority of the tenants have individual electric accounts. And so we have written a letter. They had 10 business days to respond, which I think was from, Nathan, do you remember the date on the letter? I guess it was maybe Monday before the holiday, the 24th possibly?
24.
But we,
Correct, man.
so 10 business days for them to provide a response. We also let them know we would be notifying their residents that they were in jeopardy of their water being cut off. But the tenants, by and large, I think almost all of them have individual electric accounts. So the master meter is specific to water. Based on my understanding from engineering and the water department, this is not something we can just unwind and go to individual water meters. Some of these were designed, 40 years ago, and there really is no way for us to do individual water meters on existing property like these with 250 and 150 individual units. I will say this, as we go forward, the most recent apartment complexes are not master metered. They were designed with individual meters, and my instructions to the water department and to planning and zoning is all new apartment complexes that are and residences that are built are done with individual meters, so we don't run into this challenge. But we have written to them, and we are waiting for a response, and we're optimistic that they will make arrangements. What they have shared with us is that they're having a very difficult time collecting rent. That said, their metering arrangement is with us, and our metering arrangement on water is not with the tenant. So we are trying to work toward a resolution.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Can you confirm that when those 10 business days will be up, Ms. Subhadan?
I can email or text that to you. because we have the holidays in there. So it'll be sometime next week, I think.
Because it's cold out there, and it's cold in here too. That's it, man.
Apparently, we need to go into executive session.
Yes, sir. If you remember, I talked to you about it yesterday. This shouldn't take long. Nathan, are you ready?
Yes, this would be for pending litigation.
I'll make a motion to go executive session for pending litigation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, Ms. Kelly?
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
I've asked to be excused. I have an appointment at 1 o'clock.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
All right, I'll join the conference call.
Mayor, we'll also need a motion to close the executive session after we make this announcement, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
So you gonna make the announcement?
Yeah,
Nathan, you
is
gonna-
everybody on?
Yes. We need to call the roll. Ms. Kelly, you want to call the roll again?
Ward 1? Ward 2? Ward 2?
They probably have to call this number back. We gotta call them back and get them back on the phone.
Commissioner Langstaff? Maybe they thought it was over with.
You are muted. You are unmuted.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5? You want me to go ahead and call the rest?
Hey, I think I was muted. This is Ward 5.
Okay.
I'm here.
Ward
Matt?
6?
I'm here and I vote yes.
Is Matt with us?
Yeah, we can go ahead and close the executive session if somebody make a motion. Have we got everybody on now?
Okay. Who made the motion?
Howard, Mayor Pro Tem.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Ms. Kelly, any discussion? Ms. Kelly?
Oh, I'm sorry. Ward 1? Ward 2? Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
All right, the point of order now is to comply with the Open Meetings Act by announcing a settlement in a personal injury lawsuit. The lawsuit is Martin Montavious Jones. It's pending in the United States District Court for the Middle District of Georgia, the Albany Division, case number 20-CV-14-LAG, and the amount of the settlement is $80,000, and that is being paid by the city. And again, Martin Jones, his attorney, is Joe Godfrey. So I think that takes care of all the principles and the amount of money, and that's all we need to do, Mayor. Thank you. And of course, a full and complete release will be signed by the plaintiff, and there'll be a dismissal with prejudice of the pending lawsuit. Thanks, everybody.
Does that conclude everything?
Yes, sir.
So
Thank
we're
you.
adjourned.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, everyone, for your participation.